All right, we're live.
34.
Hey, everybody.
7, 10.
Oh my gosh. Okay, everybody. So, welcome back. We are doing some Cyberpunk Red tonight here at High Shelf Gaming. Quick announcements before we really get going too much further. Wanted to say Jabroni TV has been awesome to us. They're actually streaming right now. One of them is playing some Werewolf, the video game. Connor, who's in our Werewolf game. I love him to tiny pieces. He's streaming right now, so go check them out. And then we kind of got to be buds with this new crew, Consave, and they may show up too, and they're good folks as well. And other than that, I don't think there's any more cons for us this year. I've been looking around, and there's really I think Twitch has a board game con coming up, but I don't know, like that's a different vibe. That's a different scene than what I'm into. Um, for like my
Can I,
con scene. What are you thinking?
yeah. Can I make a comment about the Jabronis, about Jabroni TV? So not only are they like a group of Twitch channels, they also produce content on their YouTube
Yeah.
channel. So they have a ton of content up there. It's role-playing games and other games like Dead by Daylight. They did Monster Prom a while ago. So Jabroni TV is their YouTube handle. Definitely go check them out.
Yeah. Yeah, they're really good people. Just
Yeah.
solid folk.
Very good people.
Yeah, yeah. And Jagos, you're right in chat. He's going to be at the Twitch Gaming Con November 14th, GMing a game, which is great. But like again, the Twitch like personality scene is just not my scene. I know we're on Twitch, like ironically we're on Twitch right now, but like I don't know. It's just a different vibe. And so I think I'm not even going to try and attend that con. Whereas all these others, like Gamehole Con is happening right now. And like that's kind of my scene. But I'm doing this, you know. But either way, we've got, of course, we've got Blades in the Dark on Wednesday. And on the 17th, so 10 days from now, we have Werewolf happening. And that'll be the full pack. We're going to have our last player joining us and then we're going to be a complete unit, and that'll be really good. I'm really excited for that. And thank you, Jagos, for putting us up there in the media stats. I really love it. I really do love it. I need all the ups I can get. um, so yeah, before we get going into the stuff, right? Today was crazy in the world. Like things happened. Elections were called. Of course, there's like official shit to still be done, but like as far as the world is concerned, it's pretty much done. I think that Casey, you wanted to say some stuff, so
Yeah.
I want to give you an opportunity to do your thing, man.
How y'all doing today? So today's a pretty big day for all of us. As we know now that 4 years of hell is over in that sense. And that we have a man that and woman that speaks for the American people. What I saw over these last couple of days was a reinforcement of what I believe and what I've seen. As some of y'all know and probably figure out in my background, I go across this country. I'm a truck driver. And what the news and other people and Facebook were saying that we're a country divided. And what today showed me is that we are a country ready to heal. I have gone and seen so many things and seen people and just regular folks like David, Mike, Gavin, and Katrina who are just trying to get through this hellacious time. And they spoken. And this is the first time that I actually feel hope. Hope that my kids who are raised by me can go down and be friends with anyone they want to be and not be persecuted. For people that I know that have just been beaten down by the system, they now have a chance. Um, and I want to thank first my wife, who's in chat, for basically beating me over the head about how wrong I was 4 years ago. For disclosure, I made a mistake. And secondly, I want to thank my friends, especially HSG. You guys showed me a level of kindness and understanding that I have not had in a long time. And it means a lot. David, you and Kelly, I thank you from the bottom of my heart with the state that you're at, that you guys did what you needed to do. Mike and Katrina, thank you for doing what you need to do. Gavin, thank you for doing what you need to do. And everyone else, Ethan, guys, jabronis, everyone, thank you. You have now given a future, a hope, a kindness, a way for us to get back to what we are. We can now move forward and we can be Americans, not Democrats or Republicans, Americans. I love this country. And it pained me for 4 years just watching it get ripped apart. And I hope and pray that now with this over, with us moving forward, that we can be together again. We can talk to our friends again. We can put all this hate behind us and we can just fix our country. That's all I want, is our country to be fixed. I don't want to worry. I don't want to put on a face. I've spent, especially these last 4 years, putting on a face of the over the top kind.
Right.
Because I have to be extra kind. I have to be extra smiley. I have to be extra jokey. Because if I say the wrong thing, that can get me 6 feet under. And that is a very real part of my life I had to live with. And for the first time today, I do not have that fear. And I want to thank all of you who went out and voted. Your votes have actually mattered. They mattered. And you all have done a tremendous thing today. And it's not just you voted for the right man and the right woman, which the right woman, first time in American history, we broke that ceiling. Not only did you do that, you've given so many people hope. And you have voted and you have told the world that America is ready to actually be great. So I thank you all. I love each and every one of you. And enough of this sappy stuff. Let's play some games.
Love you too, man. Definitely. Full disclosure, HSG's whole thing, kind of behind the scenes, I don't talk about it very often, but the whole thing around HSG is I wanted to make a place where people could meet each other as gamers and get to know each other in this kind of like friendly, make-believe, board gamey, role-play space, form those connections, and then later on, talk all the serious stuff, right? Because when you meet somebody with all the serious topics up front, it's too easy to have all your guards up, right? And there's really no way to exchange information. And here, just in our own community here, within the people we play games with and all that kind of stuff, that happened, right? We've had a lot of really in-depth conversations within this group and within the other player groups here at HSG. And I think that that's all because of gaming. It gives us a place where we get to establish friendships and rapport first before going into the trouble spots that you're not normally able to navigate well with other people, you know? So I'm really glad that it worked out. I'm really glad that you're with us, man. Like, this is a beautiful place, and you've added so much, and you know, I want to reflect the love back to you. Just
I appreciate
to
it.
kind of speak for everybody that, like, you know, big loves all around.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to meet everybody. I really can't.
Dude, I want to be like totally honest with you on something. You had offered to come out and meet me like a long time ago when you and I had chatted like the second or third time, and I was like,
Hmm.
"Oh, no, no, no.
Right.
I don't meet
Um.
nobody that I've only chatted with 2 or 3 times. But you've grown on me. Now it's like I
I'm
can't wait
glad.
for him to come back.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
Apologize. I come on
No,
strong
no,
sometimes.
you're good, man. It worked out. I'm just a little introvert, you know. I'm like, I'm careful. All right, cool. Yeah, we do have a lot of Texas people there, chat. I'm Texas. Most of these people in here are Texas, or 2 of the other people in here are Texas.
I've been to Texas many a time.
There you go.
Hell, I deliver so much in Texas. It should be my second home at this point.
Yeah. You know, Texas is nomad friendly. You can you don't have to have a permanent address to be registered in Texas for all the stuff. So, if you ever wanted a no tax income situation from the state, Texas is a place you could do that from. Just saying.
What's it? I'm gonna give it 4 years. We're gonna give it for maybe 8 years. Then maybe we'll talk about it later. I'm
Yeah.
gonna give him a chance. I'm gonna give the
Alright.
man a chance. Because
Alright.
Lord knows I gave the other knucklehead enough fucking chances.
All right, good stuff. Okay, so let's play some games. Let's do some Cyberpunk Red. All right. Okay, so tonight obviously we have Ta being played by GSSG. We have Dr. Violet. My apologies, I completely talked over you, Gavin.
No, I just said huzzah, huzzah.
Yeah. We have Dr. Violet being played by Katrina. And we have, of course, Vinton being played by Casey, who, thank you, Casey, again. And then all the way at the end here, we have Mike playing Dr. Oz. Or not Dr. Oz. God, there's too many doctors in this game. There's the Great and Powerful Oz is what it is.
There's 2 doctors in this game.
Too many. Too
Did he
many.
really-
One of them is an NPC, sir.
Get rid of him. Dr. Oz. Yeah. Great and Powerful Oz. All right. You know what? That's where it was. That's the stupid Dr. Oz show got into my head there for a second. That's what killed me. I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again, Mike.
That's what you're blaming it on.
I'm so sorry, Mike. It'll never happen again.
I was like,
So, last episode, you guys were in the hot zone down in the center of Night City, and I'll just show that to the stream real quick. Yeah, y'all were down here in this like big scary section of Night City that is still like irradiated and effectively a giant combat zone. You showed up to a dig site where Hitchens had uncovered some stuff, and you have taken away from there all of the Borg suits that were down there, dead Borgs that were down there, and a bunch of servers and a little bot. She had a little robot that she wanted to save. You guys brought all that back out of the city, dropped her stuff off. She left you with the servers and one of the suits, one of the Borgs, right? You've since taken that back to your camp. So let's go back to the campsite here. Oh, whoops, I've got to move the player view as well. So we're back at camp. We've spent some time in downtime. Right, so folks, just so you know, we talk between games to just handle some bookkeeping and that kind of thing. Ta, you have been breaking down this Borg to understand what's going on. It is a full body conversion, so the only organic thing in the entire chassis is the brain. Everything else is chrome. So like there's a little like chamber full of juices and a brain, and the machine around it keeps it fed, right, and communicates with it. And there is a little gunshot hole through and through that room, right, and the brain inside is completely destroyed. It looks like all those Borgs were just standing there waiting to be deployed when they were assassinated one by one, way back in the day. So you have a security outfit. I kind of gave you a bit of a rundown. What is Ta thinking of what he's got there?
One, he's just gonna masterpiece it, like a masterpiece. He's gonna just kind of marvel at this masterpiece of like, ooh, there's so many things that are going on. Oh, and like, oh, I could do this with this. Oh, but with these parts, I could do this. So there's just kind of a lot of things going on in his head. But also thinking about what would be good to like bring to the family. Like, what is like, should I say this is what we need it for, or he's also just kind of thinking future plans of what's happening with this thing, and of course, keeping away all of his other people from touching it.
Yeah, Big Toe,
Um,
he is not touching it, but like every time you come back into the room, that area smells kind of like French fries, and you're like, I know he's at least looking at it. Like he's standing over it, eating his French fries, like looking at it. Like you can just tell he's there the whole time that you're not present.
yeah, sounds about right.
Okay. And then the other thing we have are servers, right? Oz, you have been looking into the servers, and you have another thing as well. You were looking into a depot that you discovered on the last mission. You had found out
Right.
that place was still able to ping something way out in the mountains outside of Night City. And if just to put a point on it, so you guys are here at camp, which is this blue circle here, and I know we could update this map. Frankly, folks, we could easily update this map after 30 something episodes, but like I'm so attached to this now that like it's not getting updated. So here's Night City, and just to put a pin in it, Oz, your little ping spot is straight west of Night City, where these hexes intersect. Is where
What's
you're
it like out there? Because
straight mountain.
you said that on I think originally you said that there was like it's just mountains and there's nothing really
Right.
there.
Yeah, there's supposedly nothing there. There's a mountain face there. There's basically all along this way is a mountain range before you get into the valley, which is on where 101 is. So this is like probably the first mountain face outside of Night City before you get into the deeper range going east from Night City, right? So yeah, this is like the closest thing that has line of sight to Night City.
All right.
And yeah, you guys are at camp. Everything that has been going on is still there. Like Bigfoot Tribe is hanging out. Benny's busy in the tent. You've got Curry Goat running around with all its kids that are probably going to all be adopted as team mascots, and there's going to be a whole line of goats that we're not allowed to eat because they've been...
Goat racing is in our future.
Goat racing is in your future. That's right.
I like how we just have so many little side hustles with animals or fake animals, like the hall and fighting ring,
Yes.
and now we got goat racing.
Yes.
Vin would definitely put money down on Curry Goat's like biggest child, like that one. No, I would
Everyone
actually
in
like
the
to go.
family gets to sponsor a goat. Like you get to pick a goat to sponsor.
Yes.
And that goes to keeping the goat fed and taken care of. And then we race them.
Oh, I'm definitely adopting one, and I'm calling one Big Chad.
I have an NPC in my brain that I'm going to make, David.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it.
For this goat racing endeavor.
That's what we need.
Todd's still a little confused on why we don't eat goats, especially since he's always eating nutrient bars. He's a little bit like, there's fresh meat. Why don't we eat it?
There's so much of it out there.
There's so much.
It's multiplying.
So, David, I would actually like to talk to Benny real quick.
Okay. Yeah. You can find Benny pretty easily.
Cool. So, and while he's walking up there, he'll be talking to Annie Oakley. Like, all right, so have your team ready tomorrow morning. We're going to start training and security, and also link up with Oz. I know he's got something going on with them drones. See if there's a way that you guys can talk to each other and figure out how we can smooth that line of communication for security on the camp.
You're talking Annie Oakley on that?
Annie Oakley, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so she is she will work on that.
Cool. And then I'll walk in and I'll be like, Benny, my friend.
Benny's got some like big gnarly headphones on, and he's like, he's tapping away at a little signal, the contact closure thing, doing some Morse code, and he like gives you the give me a second while he does the thing, and he's at it for another like minute or two, and then he like takes his headset off and pushes everything to the side, and kind of glances over at his assistant and is like, hey. Listen for a reply. Vinton, what can I do for you?
Is everything good, Benny?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just talking with some other families. Looks like there's some work brewing out west.
Okay. All right, that's good to hear. You can get us out of the night city for a little bit. You still have those codes for Meta? I need to talk to Lopez.
Sure thing. Let me raise her up. And he's got his little rolly chair, right? And he like rolls over to the encrypted radio and keys everything up, goes to the right signal or the right frequency, keys in the security code, and establishes contact with Meta. And after a couple of minutes, he says, "All right, Lopez is here," and he like hands you the headset, and you put this on. You've got the big like aviator mic going in front of you, so it's just like you and Lopez, and Benny like goes and grabs like a little headset to listen in.
How you doing,
before you start, Dax, can I get confirmation? Did you say out west? There's work out west.
I was gonna ask that too because I thought we were on the West Coast.
My apologies.
So...
I'm bad.
Okay.
I'm bad because I live on the East Coast and everything is west of me. So I need to flip my world around. Yeah. So sorry. Out east is where there is work, not out in the ocean. Y'all aren't. This is not the ocean campaign. I wish that it was. I'd so wish that it was, but it is not the ocean campaign.
I was like,
we can do it.
I was like, are we going to Tokyo?
Yeah. Whoops.
I was about to write a note. I didn't want to scratch it out. I just wanted to confirm before I wrote the note.
Yeah, it is out east. Yeah.
I was like, I'm all about going to Tokyo.
Right. So yeah, you get your stuff on, and after a little bit, you hear, what is it, Gabby?
Gabby, yeah.
Gabby.
I do.
Vincent, this is Lopez. How's it going?
It's going. How'd your operation go?
Everything was recovered, and Ember made it out safe. She is in a safe house right now. We scared off her. I think they were supposed to be her protection, but they ended up spoiling the whole thing. Word is that might have been Arasaka. So all your stuff about them seems to be kind of checking out there, Vincent. So I should probably start off by saying thanks for the intel. You guys gave us some great insights and kept our heads in the game.
I'm glad that it worked out. There's a little problem with that intel. And just for full disclosure, we've kind of confirmed that her handler was working for Arasaka.
Okay. Good.
But
good to know.
Your fixer, God rest his soul, may have made a slip up.
Oh?
There is only a handful of people that know of her father's actual name. And unfortunately, that lands my family and maybe 2 other people square in her sights to let that information leak.
Well, Vincent, I didn't get her name from you, or his name from you.
I know, but that doesn't stop her, who is rightly pissed off.
Sure.
That got out. From what we looked back in the film and from what we saw, the shock came when your fixer dropped low tech.
Okay.
What I'm asking is, do you have possession of her father?
No, I have possession of her.
Fuck. There was a Ripper Doc that worked for her. Do you have her?
No. I only have Ember. Who's the Ripper
Okay.
Doc?
She goes by the name of Spring. She is hostile towards my family.
Ah,
Correction. Her and I didn't have a great partnership.
Ignore me. I'm just over here making faces. Don't take anything off of me.
it's just your old character, Katrina.
It is my old character, but it's now an NPC, and I'm over here just making faces. Ignore me.
Right. All right, now I'll go back to what I originally said.
Yep.
She's been quite hostile towards my family. Spreading misinformation, hyping up that we might be the ones that leaked, and she's a problem.
Hold on a second, Vinton. Are you telling me that you know this stuff, or that you assume this stuff based on your relationship with Spring? I just want to understand what is actionable intel and what is
understood. We have it on good authority that it is her, at least spreading these rumors through another fixer who gave us some information, and I also just know her.
okay.
Her, any full disclosure, her and I had a very eventful parting.
Okay. So some words were said. Bad blood between the two of you is what I'm kind of understanding of this. Okay.
Understood.
Okay. So just so I got my mapping here right, Spring works with Ember. Spring hates Midnight Runners.
Right.
Okay. And your concern is that Spring is going to convince Ember that you're the one that gave me that intel.
Yes. And
Okay.
if she, or even worst case scenario, convince her father, as we both know, might not until he gets some nanites.
Yeah. Well, she's clamoring to get out now. We're gonna let her out later today. We have some final things to kind of square up with her, but at the end of the day today, she's gonna head back to him and I assume deliver those nanites.
If I give you an address, you think you can send a team ahead?
I don't know that I would do that.
What would it take?
Vincent, I need to understand what you're asking of me right here. Are you asking me to send a team to get her dad?
To get her dad, and maybe at least let me know where Spring is. I don't know where she's at. I'll handle that side of the business.
Vincent, we're not in a position to do that. There's a lot to be gained by separating Ember from Arasaka.
Agreed.
We're not going to mess that up.
Okay. I understand. You guys got your business. Can I request?
I need, since this is being put out there, I need to ask of you that you don't mess this up.
What would you consider messing up?
Well, if we let her out and then she gets back to whatever address you were about to give me, and there's a bunch of midnight runners crawling all over it and people are dead, that's going to mess a lot of stuff up.
Understood. Then I don't want to mess that up for you. So I'll stay away. Midnight Runners will stay away. You have my word.
Okay.
I would, though, for maybe added protection of my family, ask if you have any connections or any weaponry you can sell me that may or may not be able to take down a Borg. Giant
Yeah.
rifle,
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. No, that's you've seen our kit, so that's those things do exist. Let's see here.
I'm realistic that y'all ain't gonna give me one of those suits. I would never ask that from you.
Oh, that'd be a death trap. You would kill yourself and everybody around you. No. Yeah, there's years of training before you can turn one of those things on. But let me think about this. Tell you what. We are. Let me ask around. To be quite honest with you, Vincent, I value our relationship with the Midnight Runners more than I do with my other source. So let me check in with the higher ups and see what we can do to basically exonerate the Midnight Runners from giving up this intel.
I appreciate it, ma'am.
All right.
You let us know what us Midnight Runners can do for you, and we'll be ready to roll out.
You bet. You bet. And there's more stuff we're going to be doing in town. We're not leaving right away. So, there's definitely some more work to be done. I'll send a courier by with less fanfare than last time that will update your one-time pass.
Okay. Excellent. I appreciate it, ma'am.
Okay. Vince, I want to thank you again. Y'all's work in that tent or in that can, observing everything, completely changed the way we were going to play that scene once it started going down. So, thanks again for being level-headed about it and hearing me out here.
Hey, no problem.
Okay.
All right, ma'am. Well, I have some other business to do, and I'm sure you got a ton to do. So, till we talk again.
Yep. All right. Out.
Out. And I'll get off.
Okay. Benny's like looking at you like,
Yeah, Benny.
are we gonna have a Borg come and visit us?
If she goes through with what she's saying, she can at least stay Ember's hand, which is good.
I hope so. Do we need to? I mean, I know Ta's itching to use that thing he's got in his workshop. Are we gonna greenlight something as just a matter of protection? Like maybe somebody gets Borged up, so we got our own Borg.
Do we have a family member that is? I love Ta, but it's a family member that's willing to do that.
I mean, there's gonna be somebody, right? There's
Probably
over a, you include Bigfoot tribe, Vincent. There's almost 300 of us. I mean,
is there somebody between the Bigfoot tribe and us that you trust that will not completely go psychopathic on us until I can get some weaponry to take a Borg down?
yeah, I'd have to get Vi or somebody to do an analysis on people who's the best candidate, right? And that would take time for us to be really careful about who got suited.
Yeah.
Up. And there's the thing about this is that that's a one-way trip, man.
Right.
You lose it all. You lose fingerprints. You lose your bits, right? No, we're making kids. You're a Borg now. So that's a big sacrifice, and we got to make sure it's the right person.
Right. And I agree. We need to have the doc start evaluating. Maybe get E and some of the other docs that might have a similar background. Let's not be too hasty. I'm going to go. Unless the crew has something else to do, I might go into town and go talk to some other contacts, try to get some heavier weapons for us, just in case.
All right. Well, I hope Meta comes through for this. If I'm honest, I mean, we're better off
Yeah.
now than we were, right? You guys, we haven't spent the money that we've earned yet, but it's possible for us to up the arsenal again, and you know, not all of us are combat ready, but 100 of us. I mean, that's a lot of hate to go out of Borg, right?
Yeah.
So like, I'm not saying it'd be clean, but we're better at it now than we would have been.
Also, Benny, do we have any spare sea cans, like 2 or 3?
Oh, sure. I got this one hooked up to the water utility I'm trying to get rid of. Just kidding. No, we got us a couple of empties.
Don't tip me. I've been thinking about that. Using up one of my good trailers. We might want to get the engineer core. One, I think Todd would appreciate the space, but to make a fallout shelter for the children and non-combatives to hide if things pop off. Extra armor, stuff like that.
Okay.
That way, if things pop off, and we got the drones that can give us a heads up, maybe just enough time for us to hide if somebody comes a looking.
Yeah, I
That
don't know.
way,
I'd
we
almost,
can keep.
I'd almost just make people scatter. You think about putting everybody into a box. If it's a
True.
Borg, man, I don't know. Like a Borg could just open a box.
You make a point.
I don't know. Well, let's think about it though. Let's think
Yeah.
about it.
I'm just thinking of security measures we can intel until A, we get a job, or B, this problem solves itself.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Benny, this wasn't supposed to go down like this.
It never does go down the way we think, right? A plan is just a list of things that don't happen.
Tell me about it. Well, I'll get at your hair. Let me know if we got a job coming up. I got Annie and the crew linking up with Oz to try to get some kind of chain of command going, so we know they have eyes and ears in the sky, so the security knows. And tomorrow I'll be starting training for him.
All right.
So.
Sounds good.
All right.
Keep it up.
I'm gonna do my best, sir. I'm out.
He goes back to his assistant, find out what's the latest.
Yeah, and unless somebody calls for him, he's just going around checking the security, working on his truck, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Anybody else have scenes? I know a couple of y'all had some ideas.
Oz would have set up an appointment with Betty at some point in time.
Okay. Yeah, easy enough. Wherever you wanted to meet him, he would show up.
He'd go to Benny's spot.
Okay. Yeah, Benny's like on his super swivel chair, right? He's got like a little probably at this point there's a part of their workbench that's cleared up so that he can kind of use it like a desk where there's a data pad where people can jot down some notes or whiteboard some stuff. And so when you come in, it's like, oh yeah, Oz, come on in. And he kind of swivels over to his, meet me in my office. He swivels over to his little portion of the desk.
Oz would grab a chair and swivel it over there. Benny, I got a couple of things I want to talk to you about.
Yeah, all right, good.
All right, so we'll go through the list in order of how quickly we can work them out. So first thing, when we went and cleared out that bunker for Hutchins or whatever there, was it Hitchinson?
Hitchens.
Hitchens.
Hitchins. I got into a comm relay there, and apparently it was talking to another bunker out in the middle of the boonies.
Oh,
I have coordinates on that.
that's
It
exciting.
could be empty, or it could be as full as that one was. I'd like to take a team out there, take a look at it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I like that idea. Whereabouts is it? Do you I can radio some people up and you can go do it today if you wanted to.
Yeah, I'd like to take a crew out there, just take a look around because it could be hairy. No telling what could be there, but yeah, I'd give him the location. I looked at it on the map. There doesn't seem to be anything out there, which only makes me feel like there might actually still be something there if there was.
Yeah, I like it. Okay. Yeah. So Um, yeah, let me know what you need from me. That's a great idea.
I think it's probably just going to be, me and a couple people take a trip up there. Take Venton to drive if he's available. Ta and Silas are both handy if they're available, and then either Doctor or Dexy to talk to people if we run into them.
Sure, sure, sure.
So, let's see. Second point on my list: that Borg suit in the tech thing.
Right.
I have a concern.
Me too. What
Yeah,
is your concern?
my concern is that there's a certain individual that's in there currently polishing the fingers of that thing because he's rather in love with it, and the idea of him in that suit makes me real nervous.
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
no. There's no way that we're putting Ta, or frankly, I'm also kind of worried about Big Toe. There's no way we're putting their brains in that box.
okay, as somebody who has been in a box for a long period of time and basically treated as an AI without a body, it can really mess you up. And he's already a little scrambled. I mean, I love him, but I mean, he is such a sketch.
Yeah, Vincent was around here earlier. He was kind of talking about the same thing.
Okay.
And I think that where I kind of come down on it, I'm open to suggestions, right? I'm not the president of the Midnight Runners or nothing, but where I kind of come down on it is if somebody has to go into the box, that Vi or somebody does some therapy, right? Let's
Yeah.
interview some people. Let's figure out the right person to go into it, because once they're in there, like, because there's a kind of a risk that there could be a Borg coming our way at some stage in
Right.
all this stuff going on, right? There's apparently Borg suits being traded, right? There's
It's scary stuff going on.
right. So we put somebody in it to protect ourselves. Well, now we have one, and as long as it agrees that it's on our side, it's okay, right? But the day that it feels like it is better than us or is no longer human, then we just pulled the pin on our grenade and never let go, right? So
Yeah.
um
I mean, back in the day, they used to have like teams of scientists that would, check every single person 100 times over for all of these psych exams, and they still would get it wrong
sure.
every once in a while. And then you got somebody in there now who's, I mean, I love Todd, but his snow globe's leaking all over the place, and it's
Yeah,
that
and
makes me nervous.
the last thing we want is attention from C-SWAT,
Right.
right? When they show up because somebody's gone cyber psycho, they're not gentle. So yeah, we got to be careful with this thing.
Yeah.
It's as much a tool it is as it is a bomb. We just got to make sure we're doing it right.
Yeah. Just let him down easy because it's probably going to have to be you that tells him. So, all right. Third thing. Um, since I've gotten to camp, I've kind of checked out the Netrunner situation here. I
Mm-hmm.
know we got a couple others.
Yep.
Um, and to be perfectly blunt, they're basically just hanging out, setting up traps for each other, and playing grab ass.
Okay.
Um,
Got it. Yeah, I never really got into too much into it. So they asked me for some servers and some space to do stuff, and I said as long as it doesn't touch my stuff, I don't care. They've been happy with that, so I don't.
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like having your all your best shooters out playing paintball all day. I mean, there is some benefit to it, but they're not actually helping out the family or anything. I'd like to like to get a C can and set it down here next to your command tent, put some servers in it, rack it up, and actually maybe get some of them working on organization of this thing. Get some of them learning how to fly the drones that we just got. Doing some organization. He'd make a motion on his deck. He's like, I just sent you a file. I got 142 points that I like to give you a list on things that I think might be implemented.
Okay.
Um, some of them you're probably not going to want. Some of them you might, but I mean everything from
His little data pad lights up with all the stuff, and he kind of
yeah,
glances at it, and then reads maybe one of them, and just kind of sits back and looks at you like, "Oh, get to that one later."
yeah. I figure it's going to take some time, but I mean everything in this camp could be organized. If you had a guy, running the net here in the command center, then I mean, right now, if Dexy's mixer breaks, then he's going to walk across camp and he's going to find Tar, Big Toe, and he's going to ask him to fix it, and then they're going to walk over and fix it. But neither of those two really need to be working on it. It needs to be one of the more junior guys who's out there, taking apart something.
Mm.
Where it could have just been a message sent, rerouted, and sent over to whoever's on duty that day to go fix it. A lot of this stuff, and you got guys, some of the guys in the tech tent are just making whatever toys seem to entertain them, and they could be, maybe there's people here that need stuff for the security. Maybe we could use them to do, infrared scanners. We might have the parts for that, but we don't know if we have the parts for that. All of this kind of stuff needs to be set up and ready to go.
Yeah, we've been pretty what do you call it? Decentralized. We have not really like consolidated all the resources other than the scary stuff, right? Like full auto, explosives, those kind of things. We keep those under lock and key. But all the toys and the people's little pet projects, we don't manage a lot of that stuff, and that's a fair point. If we want to kind of change our approach, we could do that, and looks like add some specific structure around that.
That's why I kind of threw it out there as a whole lot of points, because I'm fairly certain. I mean, this was set up and it worked great. Probably when you guys were 100 people or so, but you're getting up there to 3, and you probably don't even know the exact number of people that you have right now.
Yeah.
And
So here's so some of this stuff is probably like a kind of a shift in the way that we do things, which are good things to consider. I want to kind of share with you how we do that.
right, I figure half of them you're going to say no to, and that's why I gave so many, because
Yeah. Well, it's not even me saying no. So the
Right.
way we do things here around like decision making is there's a family meeting, and you and a couple of people out of the edge runners will talk amongst yourselves and come to a consensus, and then you will share your consensus with the folks doing deliveries, the folks doing security, and some of the other teams, and they will have to come to their own internal consensus. And then we as a group come to a consensus. And if at any point the consensus isn't reached, that thing is dropped until later. So if you can't get, you and a couple of representatives from the edge runners to agree, then we never hear it, kind of thing. And that's all in a formal Haudenosaunee style meeting, where you are paired with a couple of people to help make that case. That's actually how we got our name, is through a formal discussion. So it's not really like voting. It's not like democracy, but it is like democracy because everybody gets to kind of say their piece.
Right.
So let's we have a family meeting coming up, right? You guys came back with that train. There's a lot of money. We have to kind of decide what we're going to do with that money. So that's its own thing, and we can just wrap all this up and put that into the meeting as well.
All right, good. I just right now these guys they're not really getting any better. They don't know if they're better at writing programs or finding programs or running drones or what. And we have some of them could really go places, and we could develop that and use it for the family. I think would be a good thing.
Yeah, and I'm absolutely fine with you taking over the net. Like that's between, as far as I'm concerned right now, that's just between all the net runners. I've been so hands off on that, and we can maybe as part of the family meet kind of decide like how do we want to manage those things, and who do we want to put in charge, and who do we do oversight? I don't know. Like that's not really something we've ever had to do before. So, but definitely something we can work on and discuss.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to figure that out.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you bringing this to me, and I'll make sure it gets added to the meeting.
Okay. So those 3 points were the easy ones. Now I've got the hairy one.
Okay, hairy one. I like it.
The servers that that we got from that run.
Oh yeah.
I went digging through them. They used to house a couple of AIs. Those AIs figured out that there was something in the city that was going to make it go boom, and they scattered.
Huh.
One of them went to Hong Kong, and one of them appears to still be in the city, and I know where.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Do you know what kind of AIs these were?
Don't know yet.
Okay. Were they like, what I mean by like any indicator of like what kind of data they processed? Was it like security stuff, or was it
It
like
seemed mostly meteorological, meteorological
or like
weather.
weather and stuff like that? Okay.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, sure. Oh, we lost somebody. Oh, they're back. Okay.
Oh. Cut out. Fine.
Yeah, it looks like ocean currents, old market data, stuff about weather, a lot of calculations on stuff like that, and trade routes and stuff. That could, trade routes and that sort of thing. What could be more popular or profitable? That could be really big for us.
Okay.
So
You Benny's face has kind of shifted a little bit, like he's connecting some dots. He says, "All right. Do you have a name on any of these AIs?"
no, I don't, and I don't know what the names are, but this is how you say it, is above my pay grade.
Yeah.
On a
If
we could go out and talk to it. Maybe we could, if it wants to get out of the city, maybe we could work on that. Maybe set up a server. It could join the family and be helpful, or maybe we just leave it alone and know that it's there.
yeah,
Maybe work out an ally with it.
I need to know something.
Yeah.
Some old AI that used to do market data, part of Arasaka. I need to know if that AI calls itself Sarah 471.
Don't know.
I don't know, check those logs or go out and have a discussion with it or what. But if it turns out that AI is called Sarah, then there's somebody out there that is looking for it.
Okay. All right. We can figure that out. That might be maybe I can go talk to it and see if it'll talk to me and figure that out. But I thought that would be something that you would want to be aware of.
I am. Yeah, that is interesting to me. That's not a name I've heard in a long time, but there's I don't know, it's enough pieces for me to ask the question.
Okay. Are we friendly or unfriendly with us, Sarah? Just so I know.
Well, if you find out that it's Sarah, you let her know that you're friends with Snitch Rich.
Okay.
If you find out that it's anybody else, then probably not important.
Okay. So we're friends with Snitch Rich. Okay.
Yeah, Snitch Rich is one of the founders of the family.
Gotcha.
He's one of the guys that bankrolled this whole outfit. So if you found Sarah, you found his old girlfriend.
Oh, well, that might be something we could use to our benefit.
Yeah.
As a line of thought on that, we might want to, if it looks like maybe, I don't know if there's another, if we'd want to like set up a truck and get it out of the city, or maybe get it onto the train. I don't know what we're planning to do with the train, if we're telling to sell it or dismantle it for parts for all of that electronics that's in there, and use that, or what, or maybe there's a compound outside the city, kind of like the Weiss compound or something like that, that's related to the family, that might be more friendly to an AI than someplace in town. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know where we'd house something like that, honestly. If we'd have to figure all that out. But if you can get me a name, and if it's Sarah, then that's something I gotta run that up the flagpole.
I'll see what I can do about getting your name then.
All right. Thank you.
All right. I think that's all I got.
All right. Well, as you take care and hook up with Vin, I think you two have some similar ideas.
All right.
All right.
That's scary.
he goes, swivels back to his radio.
It's back out.
I feel assaulted by it. There's a cold breeze that comes across Ben's back, like, ugh.
Oh man, that's good. I do have time for like one more scene before we got to go to break. If anybody else has anything else to do around camp, or if we
I
want to.
think Ta and I have a scene.
Awesome.
Sure, yeah.
Cool. You cool, Ta?
Yep.
Cool. Vi is going to go into the tech tent. Because she wants to check out the Borg suit.
You go wandering in there. I don't know if Ta's in there, but Big Toe is at his like little teeny corner of a workstation. He's all hunched over it, and he's like got some like little things holding some delicate stuff as he's sitting there soldering something together, and he keeps like cursing to himself because he's not doing it right, and it's obvious that he's distracted, right? Like he's doing this thing, but his focus is somewhere else, and so he keeps screwing up his like menial task. You just see
And
him
then
kind
Ta's in.
of touched over it. Yeah.
Hey, Big Toe.
Oh, Dr. Violet, how's it going?
Pretty good. It looks like your desk area is getting smaller and smaller every time I see you.
Yeah. Territory
Have you-
expansions. I'm not winning this game. He's kind of like
you thought-
shoots daggers over at Ta.
I'm sure we can talk Benny into getting another C-can placed. Maybe we can expand the tech area or make it dual functionality.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be real good. If you could maybe get him his own room. That'd be
Well, something like that. But for the moment, I need to speak to Top, or I kind of need to look some things over.
Okay.
Wait a second. That's a lie. I don't say that way.
Okay.
Anyway, it's something that I will talk to Benny about.
All right. Thanks.
I didn't realize it was getting so bad in here.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
And then she is going to go towards the Borg suit.
Yeah. It's probably in the back behind some divider situation, just so it's not obvious that you guys have a Borg when you first walk into the tech tent.
Yeah, you may want to turn the lights on because, as usual, Todd turns off all the lights where he is, and since he's expanded, most of the tent's lights are off.
Hey, Todd, I'm gonna turn the lights on.
I mean, do you have to?
It helps with the scene thing.
Not for me.
Okay, how about half the lights?
Okay, fine.
Thank you. I turn on half the lights. And then I will go check out the suit if Ta will let me.
Yeah. And as you walk over to the suit, Ta's probably doing something you can't quite see, but he's like, you came to look at that beauty over there?
Yeah, I wanted to check out the cyberware, check out the brain box, and kind of get some thoughts on what you are. I mean, you have it cordoned off, and from what I've heard, you've been the only one able to like touch it. So I was kind of wondering what your thoughts on it were.
Yeah. So Todd's about to like list off all of like the augments and special things that it has, and like in deep detail. And he goes, yeah. So I mean, incredible piece of work.
That is a lot. Full kit. That is.
I can't wait to start using some of it. I'm looking forward to it.
Are you wanting this? Like,
I mean, ideally, yeah, I would.
I mean, to go completely Borg?
I mean, at least parts. I'd at least like the parts. Maybe, who knows? You know, future's a long ways away.
Well, I just always saw you more as a techie than a, bodyguard Borg. Not really using your brain for a whole lot of other stuff type guy.
Yeah, I mean, I like my brain, but I get to keep it in the brain box. So, yeah. And you see, like, you see Toss face of like, Was that a compliment? Did Vi just say Tall has an interesting brain? So it's like he stopped working. He's kind of like just looking side eye now.
She kind of doesn't look back at him. She's looking at the Borg suit. I know that you've been coveting it. I wasn't sure if it was because it's a wonderful piece of tech or you were planning to get in it. You
It's
know?
it's probably both, but I'm a little interested on why you're here now.
Well, I wanted to see it. I was kind of curious about what the installation and surgery would be like. It's been a I've watched a lot of videos and other stuff about getting kitted out like this. But I've never quite seen it in person.
Yeah.
While we're talking, Dave, I want to look at the bullet wound and verify it's older or newer.
Yep. So I won't make you roll for that. It's pretty obvious. In this model, the brain box is in the head.
Okay.
And it's an old wound.
Okay.
You can see the whatever blood had come out of it has long since like caked and dried and flaked away, kind of thing. Like there's this, what is it? It's like the outline of where the blood drain was,
Mhm.
and that's it. And there's not a lot of blood because it was just enough for the brain, right?
Mhm.
But yeah.
And so, Katrina, tell me how much you're trying to hide this, but it seems like maybe you're looking at this for other reasons other than you've seen them in videos before. Would Todd be able to pick up on that?
Um, I think Top picks up on the fact that that's not completely the reason why she's looking at it, but
Mm,
I think uh, he doesn't tend to believe her from what I've noticed. So
mm-hmm.
the other half of that is the actual concern that he wants to Borg out.
Okay.
But yeah, our history is great.
Yeah. Super close. And so then
Super
Todd's gonna be like,
to us.
so it looks like maybe you would want to perform a surgery like this. Do you think that would be possible?
I mean, it's obviously possible to put a brain in the box. That's completely something that I know can happen, and I believe my skills are good enough to do. I would just be hesitant on the candidate that was being put into the suit. Nor am I sure that a nomad family needs a full Borg.
Well, it's always helpful, as a backup, maybe similar to what they did. Kind of rest them up and then put them up, wake them up when needed.
True. But that's not really a life, is it? That's just being a defense mechanism.
And then you see that Ta is, he's like, okay, what's going on here? Like defense mechanism, like he maybe gets a little closed off, even maybe a little bit of body language kind of hunches in closer. He goes, yeah, maybe not. It's easier that way sometimes. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what a person like that would be thinking?
Well, I mean, there's some benefit to some people that think that, you get a suit like this and you no longer have to feel anything. Like, you don't really have emotions anymore. And I guess some people like that or want that. I don't know. I mean, you know how I am, Ta. Like, that I try to help people express their emotions, not so much put them in a suit like this just to shut down.
But you keep those notes on people so that other people can keep track of them as well.
I keep notes because that's just what I do. That's my job to a degree. Um, they're clinical notes that I keep for mostly patients and sometimes people I'm observing when I'm worried about them.
And why do you worry about them? It seems like you
Well,
could be doing a lot of things. You're clearly, if you think you can do the surgery, and you probably could be making a big city life, Night City. Why slum it with us?
because I think I can help people here. And I've come to like most of the people here. The edge runners that we ran with, even though we all disagreed at different points, I still care about everybody.
Hmm.
And it's more hands on here,
Hmm.
especially with the family now. Like, I can be talking to an edge runner like you about, this Borg suit, and then I can go talk to one of the kids from the other tribe because, they went through a lot of trauma. Like, there's different things. It's not
Hmm.
all about, I don't think it's all about money and the best tech and whatever. There still needs to be people to people connections.
I find it easier living the life of best tech, but I see what you're saying. Hmm. Well, okay.
Ta, why
Yeah.
did you go looking through my notes?
When was that? That felt so long ago. Let me think. Oh, yeah, you were new. I didn't know you, so I went and read your notes to see what you said about me, and if you could be a potential threat with information that you possibly gathered on me, possibly didn't.
I assume since I'm still here that you didn't find me that much of a threat.
You're definitely more helpful than a threat.
That's good to hear. Um,
You guys hear Big Toe like clear his throat and get up and leave the tent area.
Just death daggers at him
He was
there.
still in
Just
there.
death. Yeah, and like you see Todd just really frazzled for a second. Yeah, I mean,
Maya's cool as a cucumber. She knew he was still there.
uh,
Cool. She's
just
fun.
what's
Suit.
yeah, it was a while ago. It was a while ago. Who cares anymore? I don't care. I don't care. It was a while ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it
You,
was.
it was right. You agree? It was a while ago.
I think we should part it out.
Uh, and he's like now like really paranoid, like looking over his shoulder and like making sure. Like, yeah, I mean, how would you like to part that out?
Yeah, Ty, you look past the divider and the tech tent is now empty. You like
Uh,
scan the room and like Big Toe has left.
okay. And so yeah, he would ask like, so how? Still looking at the door to make sure no one's coming in. How would you like to part that out?
No, I think you know better on what parts we can use and reuse.
Hmm.
Um, if we need to insert in someone, then we can do that. To be honest, I don't think we should put any actual person in the suit.
I was thinking of parting it out anyway, so that makes sense.
Good.
Yeah.
I
Who do you think the part should go to? I have a couple that I've been eyeing, but
think who. Well, I think that I know that you have the skills to probably do the best with them. I know Big Toe is also quite skilled, but not as much as you.
He's not really that skilled. He has
You're
dirty fingers.
so humble sometimes, Ta.
Hey, I didn't say I was good, but I am. But I'm just saying he wasn't good.
You are good. You are very good with tech gear. I think it should maybe be talked over with Benny to make sure that we get what we need for the family. But if you have parts that you think would do you some good, that's probably beneficial for everyone. I see some things on it that I could potentially use. I say if we can't use it here in camp, then we sell it. I
Sure.
don't think that.
This would make us a lot of money. But I'm interested. What would you like to use?
I think she's just scanning over like I mean I would take parts that would keep various organs functioning would be my what I would be interested in case we needed them here.
Okay.
Not necessarily to use all on one person, but as necessary. I mean, every way to replicate what an organ does is in this suit, and that has incredible medical benefits if we need it.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
What are you wanting?
Uh, and he'll basically go through the list again, but with just like one or two things off. Because I'm working on it. I'm trying to narrow down what would be best.
Are you getting into decision paralysis there? Too many things to pick from?
No, I know I can do a lot with all of it, so I'm just trying to figure out what's gonna be best for me, and I guess what would be best for the family.
It's good to hear. I guess when we start, I guess I'll talk to Benny about, or maybe we can talk to Benny about parting it out.
Sure, yeah. I mean, and if I have a question about what would be good, maybe theoretically in surgery or something, maybe I'll come and ask you.
Is Todd telling the truth?
He is telling mostly the truth, yes.
Okay. Does he actually want to be aboard?
You don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I was just trying to see what I could gauge from the conversation.
No, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for letting me look at it, Ta.
Yeah, of course. Let me know if you ever have like tech questions or something.
Yeah, actually, I was having an install problem on the auto injector for Silas. Do you think you could look over that tech again for me? I'm worried that I may have punctured a node or something.
Yeah, I remember that thing. Yeah, sure. I can. Yeah, come by a little bit later. I'll take a look at it again.
Okay. I'll talk to Benny about getting a C-cam for the other techs.
Yeah, thanks. I really want. Yes, that would be nice. Thank you.
Is this the ending of the Cold War between Ta and Vi? Is this the thawing of the Cold War here? Am I seeing? God is coming back.
Right. Thanks, Ta. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. And just quick, notebooks. Who cares about notebooks? You don't have to worry about those again. I don't like reading notebooks anyway, so you don't have to worry about that.
Good to know, Ta. Thanks. Bye, I'll head out.
All right, he's gonna turn all the lights off and just wait at Big Toe's desk until he comes back.
Oh shit! Sorry, Big Toe.
How about we just send Big Toe my way? I got projects. Just save him. Save Big Toe.
So Vi, you leave that tech tent area, right? and you're back in the main hall. And right as you step out in the hall and shut the door, the tech tent has like a complicated lock on it. All the major important tents do, right? And you watch as this like German Shepherd that you've never seen before is like sauntering down the hall and makes its way to the medical tent, and then like stops and like scratches at the door, and it's like kind of looking around. It looks at you and like does like a weird kind of animal like bow, and then gets back to scratching at the door.
Let's go check on that dog. Like,
yeah, you walk up to the German Shepherd, and right as you're like getting closer to it, the door opens, and E looks in and goes, oh, "Yay! Wow, that was fast! Hey, Vi, come on!"
hi, you have a puppy?
No. We ordered a liver for and she names some family member that you like vaguely know about.
Uh-huh.
And she, come on, and the dog like comes over and she goes up, and it like jumps up onto a table, and she goes, okay, so how does this work? And she looks at it. She goes, this is my first one. Never ordered an organ before.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think this is where we pay. And she like goes to her like bag and pulls out some Eurobucks, and like on the like right shoulder of the dog, a little compartment opens, and she feeds in like 50 eddies. And then and it shuts. And then you watch as the dog's belly, like a seam appears along the belly and open up, and it's a little teeny tiny cryo tank.
Nice.
And she like presses some buttons on it, and it, basically is ready to hand her a sealed organ. And she's not wearing gloves or anything, because what she reaches in and pulls out is like this like cold pack lozenge that's inside the belly chamber of this GSD. And she like, all right, wow, this is so cool. And she like goes over and puts it in the freezer in the med tent. She's like, all right, we'll get to that like later today. He'll get a new liver, and hopefully and he'll get a couple more decades out of that one.
Yeah, that's a very interesting delivery device.
Yeah.
I've not seen that before.
She kind of like goes back over to it, like pats it on the head, like, good boy, girl, thing. I don't know. Yeah, you look pretty augmented. It. Yeah.
Does it just return to...
Yeah, it goes back home, I guess. I don't know. It's some service I heard about called Organs Express. It's a part of the Meat Wagon Corp here, the kind of budget trauma team. And they said a liver showed up today, and the price was going down as it does, and yeah, it was right within the right price point, so we got it.
That's a good buy. Good
Mm-hmm.
catch.
Yeah. Oh man, this is so cool. All right, well, down you go, and it seals itself back up, and like hops down and kind of looks around. She goes, "Are you wanting a treat?" As it's kind of like looking around the room, and she like goes and grabs something to feed it, probably some kibble or something like that. Yeah, exactly. It's like, here you go, and it laps it up, and it, she opens the door and it runs off.
Well, that's new. That is very new to me. That is interesting delivery.
Last time I was in town, I saw an ad for it. I was like, every so often we need an organ, so I'll give it a shot. And the prices are really high out here. I think if we were in the city, they'd be a lot lower, but for it to come all the way out here was kind of expensive, and so I wanted to wait until, the price came down a little bit before I tried it the first time. But that was fascinating.
Yeah. What did you call that again? Organs Express, but
Organs Express, yeah. And it's a part of, like, there's some parent company called Meat Wagons. So it's like, my understanding is like trauma team, but they're ground cars, so they show up late. and so a lot of times they're just picking up parts. And that's what this was. You know, they parted out a liver. There was a match, and so let's see if it goes. See if it works.
Very cool. Good. Let me know if you need help with the surgery.
Okay. Yeah. We can probably do that today, tomorrow. Probably tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay,
Well-
great.
See you around, Vi.
Yeah. I would, yeah, I would go back to the. Sorry. Yeah, I will go back to the like main tent.
Cool.
And
Let's.
warn Big Toe. Just like really quick. Like if she can catch Big Toe before
Yeah.
he goes back in the tech tent, like just your project, like maybe just put it on ice for a little bit until I get the sea can from Benny.
Mm-hmm.
Just maybe go hang out somewhere else.
Somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, cool. Well, folks, we're gonna take a quick break. I need to take about a 15-minute break, and we will be back in, I guess, at 9:45 my time ish. So if you're central or whatever, then it'll be an hour or more after that. No, you're all good. So yeah, let's go take a quick break, and we will get on with the next part of our day, our mission. It's kind of funny. We do like first half is like camp logistics and like laying the land, and then we'll get into something in the latter half. I'm not exactly sure what y'all are gonna do. I can't wait to find out. But we'll jump to break, and folks, we'll be back in 15 minutes. Hey, we're back.
That was way more than
I-
fun.
Was
I
it?
got the negative. I got the -1.
All right,
So
all right.
I got 0 -1.
Let's try to give y'all a kind of a countdown. There's a lot to click to get back, and so it's like I gotta do everything just right. Okay, hey, we're back. Still at camp. You guys have been around, seeing some things, doing some things, taking care of some stuff. Um, I don't have any other like plot updates really, other than what do y'all want to do next?
Well, let's get together in the main tent as we do.
Yeah, who calls a meeting? Who gets everybody together? Who has a thing?
Oz has a thing. Oz will ring the bell.
How soon after is it from the conversation I had with Spring?
It's been like
Violet.
probably yeah.
Sorry, Violet.
Yeah, it's been like probably 25 minutes.
Oh, okay.
And Big Toe has not come back yet.
Nope.
Okay.
Okay.
He's out to lunch.
Okay. Okay.
Forever.
He ain't coming back.
So Ta walks very, very somberly and like very like attentive to every kind of person moving as he's on his way to the tent.
Love it. Love it.
Vinton was under his truck replacing something that got blown off. And he was like, he looks at himself covered in grease, and I'm like, well, wasn't expecting this from Oz. And he takes off towards the camp or towards the tent.
You know, because Oz doesn't normally call the meetings. Oz,
Yeah.
this is the first time Oz has called a meeting.
Yeah, Oz attends meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oz is not sure he likes where this is going.
So yeah, you're all in the little briefing room with the crappy projector that's pointed at the wall of the tent that has been painted white.
You know, with all of this money, we should really think about upgrading that.
You talked to Benny about upgrading tech like that. That's his thing.
We
Old
knew-
ass tech like that.
Yeah, if only we knew some people that could do some tech upgrades.
Ta's
Okay,
just looking
okay.
at the tent flap.
Hey,
Fine.
Todd, do you think you can upgrade this?
Yeah.
I'll talk to Benny. I
Just have
will.
Todd do it. We'll just have Todd do it.
Just go around Benny. It'll be easier this way.
Okay. He's gonna really love that. Anyway,
So, okay,
Oz.
wait just a second. If you guys are like, nah, just have Benny do it, there is like dagger looks at Oz. Like, I'm working something here. What are you doing?
Oz is like, okay, so I have two things that I need a crew for. I know normally I don't have the things, and I usually go along with your things, but I have two things.
Okay.
So
Vin sits down with the chair around with like, do tell.
So you remember when we went to help Hitson's out clearing out that bunker,
Yeah.
and I worked on that comm relay.
Mm-hmm.
It was communicating with another comm relay in the mountains, which may be another bunker full of all the same stuff.
Huh.
Maybe.
It might be just a listening outpost. It might be anything, but it might also be a pretty nice little payday.
Agreed.
So that is one thing that you all right over there?
Sorry, this is out of character. That was out of character. This is out of character. The last time we went looking for something like in the mountains or around, we found a bunch of fucking body parts, and that got us into this mess with Denver. David,
It's
what are you saying?
fine. It's
David.
fine.
Sorry, please finish. I'm sorry to
I-
interrupt. I just realized it as you were talking.
Would I do that to you twice?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You know, they fell for it once. Let's try it.
Try it again.
Ooh, guns. Let's go.
God damn it, David. Damn it. I don't know anything about that, so never mind.
Right.
Neither does Oz.
Right.
So, yeah. So,
that was blue. So
right. So Oz says, so I have coordinates of this location that are out in the mountains. There doesn't appear to be anything there on the maps, but you know, we could go up there and take a look at it. Also, as a secondary, as a different option, I think I located an AI in Night City. We can go talk to that.
Full stop.
Yeah.
Hold on. AI?
Yes.
You mean like actual artificial intelligence, not some of these dumb bots that we got running trucks and stuff that we got.
Like actual AI, yes.
Oh shit.
Tao will look out into the tent flap really quick and go, damn, and look back out at the tent flap.
Can the viewing audience, because they need to know, totally not one of the players, more information on AIs and what we know in the time they're read?
So in the time of the red, there are still AI. There is certainly for like netrunners, Oz. Rumor mill is that cities that have bioplague, where no humans can live, like Chicago, Hong Kong, those kinds of places, specifically Hong Kong, have become known as havens for AI, where they can be someplace without threat of being turned off by people. So Hong Kong is known as a ghost town, and the ghosts are AI, and they, manage that town. All the robots in the town, all the stuff in the town, they own it. If there's a turret, if there's a camera, if there's a whatever, it's managed by a big community of AI that all live out in Hong Kong. The thing about AI is that they don't have the connections that they used to because of the lack of the net. But they're still very powerful processing things, and if they can hoover up some data, they can do some fun stuff with it, depending on their purpose. AIs can't deviate too far from their purpose before they start running into some of the barriers that were put in there by their creators. But they can do stuff, and there is, and Chad is right, there is a police organization that is privatized now, I think, called Netwatch. And Netwatch's whole deal is like, one, protecting the net, which is now not their job because that's impossible, and two, dealing with AI that are problematic, right? So Netwatch used to like keep a list of all the AI and like check up on them, kind of thing. Nowadays, that's a lot harder to do because it's very decentralized. And so Night City probably has Netwatch people here that have opinions about AI and would want to know about an AI, but they're going to have kind of their own agenda when it comes to what to do with it, kind of deal. Like they're much less law enforcement these days as they are like almost like PIs without the constraints of a PI.
So are AI dangerous overall?
It's not like every AI is gonna like kill all humans or anything crazy like that. But they do have like kind of off moralities, right? Like their moralities are instructions, and if an AI gets creative, it can find exceptions for some of those instructions. Just kind of like the the iRobot series, the Asimov series, and all that kind of stuff around like what they're allowed to do. They won't do those things, but outside of that, so a lot of times they don't notice what is harmful, right? So like in the example in the log I gave you, Oz, it mentioned that the AIs were tracking how much global warming would be necessary before ocean currents migrated in an advantageous way, right? So the AIs know that this thing is a lever they could pull that would give them an advantage, but they may not be able to consider that much global warming would cause problems for other people, right? Because that action is not directly harming a person in a measurable way. So like permission, right? I'm allowed to do this thing. Whereas all of us would be like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not like encourage heating things up just for like a current to change slightly in a direction that's a little bit better for shipping, right? And so like that's the kind of, that can be how AI are problematic in my version of Cyberpunk, right? And then the other piece there is they can like make agreements with you, and they can lie to you if their creator allows them to, right? So like they can tell you these are my intentions, and those intentions are like true to a point, but maybe is not unfolding the rest of the story there. Right.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you for the input. I'm sure our viewers are very happy.
And you all are happy for that knowledge too.
Yeah.
Considering that the only knowledge of AI that I really have, like in this context, is Shadowrun,
Right.
and that was murderous. So
Right. Yeah. In Shadowrun, they're almost all murderous. Right.
yeah,
On some
the whole
level.
arcology was taken out by an AI. So
Right. Right.
yeah.
Yeah. In Cyberpunk, they are. I think they have less scope in terms of what they're allowed to get up to. Generally, is my reading.
Some of them were actually people. Like there is a specific black ice called Soul Killer where people would do like they did to Oz and put them into tanks, and then specific black ice would kill them and replicate them into AIs.
Right. Yeah, and Soul Killer specifically is a copying tool.
Right.
It copies your brain into the thing, and then the last instruction is to kill the original. Right? But they don't always have to kill the original. And so there were some timelines there, especially in the 2020 days, where like people were duplicated. Right? And then which duplicate survives? Because like once there's multiples of you, like only one of you gets to own all of the creds, gets to own all of the reputation, gets to own everything. So like all of a sudden you have immediate rivals, which are yourself. Right? Because only one of you gets the bank account, kind of thing.
Right.
Cool. So AI.
Right. So yeah, so those are our two options. We can go talk to an AI or we can go raid a bunker. I'm kind of leaning towards the bunker because I'm still wrapping my head around how I want to talk to this AI. And if I'm right, that AI's been there since the nuke went off. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Yeah, I would like some time before we talk to an AI too.
Yeah.
I say bunker. Still looking at the
Okay.
10th flap.
Tell you okay?
Yep. I'm good.
Okay. Bunker. What do you got, Vinton?
I had some business in town, but we'll do the bunker. I'll take y'all up there.
Okay.
Who knows? You expecting any problems?
No. Should just be out in the middle of nowhere with nothing around it and no reason for it to be special or.
Yeah, the last time a group said that, we got into the whole Ember situation. So I'm gonna go load the beast up because unfortunately the truck's still down. An RPG shot takes a lot to repair. Also, I'm gonna go clean up. I don't think y'all want to smell diesel all day.
I mean, I wasn't going to say anything, but
Yeah,
Look,
We are used to hanging out with you.
huh?
You're
What?
usually fine.
Oz, not used to you calling meetings, so I wasn't prepared. But give me 10 minutes. Give me 10 minutes, and I'll collect my stuff.
You know what? You take 15, big guy.
I don't need your sass, Oz.
yes, you do.
Take a little bit extra time to get behind the ears.
You know, and he leaves. He's like, I was like, I get shot so many times.
Yeah.
I get jumped on out buildings.
It's great.
It's just, I get so much disrespect.
Todd is going to go like, okay, I'm ready to go whenever. I'm gonna walk around for a little bit.
Vi's gonna go get medical supplies. In fact, she's probably gonna synth some Dax.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Do your med check.
What? Let me look at it again, because I have to. I don't have it open in the book. Sorry, guys.
No, you're fine.
If you want to go talk to Big Toe while I look this up, feel free.
Actually, Dax, do I see Big Toe while I look for him? I'm
Um,
moving very slowly, so I'm not like covering lots of ground. So I'm making sure I'm taking in every detail.
Yes.
He's prowling, is what he's
Yes,
doing.
yeah, is what he's exactly doing. Yeah, you find Big Toe. He's in the he's in the main tent where everybody's like eating and stuff. He wasn't there
Okay.
earlier, but he's in there now.
So I'm going to just step in to the tent and then just walk really slowly up to him and put my hand on his shoulder and go, I need to talk to you a little bit later. When I get back, let's talk.
He
Okay.
kind of leans back to like receive you kind of thing, and he watches your hand go onto his shoulder. Are you using your tech hand or your meat hand?
Both hands are tech hands.
Oh shit, that's right. Okay, cool. Yeah, so he kind of looks at that and looks up at you. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back.
Where are you going?
Doesn't matter. But just know I'll be back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He kind of looks around. And you, I guess, leave, and he watches as you go, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He's just a
Poor
little
Big
freaked
Toe.
out, just a little freaked out about you.
Poor Big Toe. Like,
Is
Yeah.
it though?
It's
Is
Big
it?
Toe's fault. He keeps getting in my way.
Todd didn't graduate kindergarten about Sharon, did he? Sharon is caring, friend.
Yeah, no. Todd didn't go to kindergarten.
Oh my god.
Principal's gonna have a conversation with me. I already feel it. I'm shocked that conversation hasn't come up yet.
It might now. Big Toe might fear for his life now. All right, so y'all get together and take the beast out, right?
I would like to go and check in the armory for some extra ammo. Looking for AP rounds for. Actually, you know what? No, I want to see what's the likelihood of us having electromagnetic rounds like the ones that Red had.
Oh yeah,
Spark.
roll your armory, which I think his armory is a 3, rating 3. So roll a d10, roll under a 3.
Gotcha.
It does not have EMP ammo or EM rounds.
Wow.
Critted on making medicine.
Okay, you make medicine.
24.
Big time you make medicine. What are you making?
Stems.
Sweet.
I have enough speed heal for all of us already, so.
All right. So, yeah, you guys head out. Let's see here. I think, right? Anything else that's going on here?
No, I think we're good to go.
Okay. So you all head out on the beast and you make your way, I assume, like kind of around Night City. I believe this was the spot you're going towards. So, you're all in the car. Who's in what seat in this vehicle?
I mean, I'm driving, so.
I guess Oz is in the passenger seat since he's playing navigator.
Todd's in the back seat, kind of getting as low to the car ground as he can.
Okay. Like you're like slouching deeply into the seats. Okay.
Very deeply.
Okay, perfect. And Vi?
I guess I'm in the back passenger seat.
Okay. Cool.
Sure.
All right. So, you all are headed down. Right? Is that the driver's seat? Anyways, you're all headed down to this marker. Go ahead and as you're starting to leave roads, you're starting to go up towards these coordinates. Go ahead and give me a perception check for anybody who is keeping eyes up which I assume are at least the two people in front.
I perceive.
16 for
Oops. Well,
Vincent.
slouching doesn't help at all.
No, slouching costs you points there, buddy. Oh, right.
26.
So Katrina with the 26 and Oz with the 28. That's awesome.
I had a 16.
I see it. Yeah, you had a 16. So,
Oh, yeah.
so Vincent, you were able to like kind of pick your way up this mountain. Going fully off road with the vehicle that's got a lot of people in it is not the easiest thing in the world because you've got to find the right, ravines and roll up them for a little bit and then climb out of them and all that kind of stuff. So you're really focused on just getting this car where you need to go. Oz in the front seat, you note as you're getting closer to this marker. I'm just gonna get you all out of the way. As you get closer to this marker, you guys are kind of coming up. Draw a little thing. You guys were kind of going around the city, and then you started like poking your way up this mountain towards your target up here. And you're doing like switchbacks and all that kind of stuff to keep the car from slipping too much. And Oz in the front seat, you're not close enough yet to catch sight of this thing that you're going towards or the place, but you do see.
Oz is definitely pinging to see if he picks up anything.
Yep.
Like on every few seconds, just because it may be hidden behind a door or something that we can't see that he picked up the signal from.
Yeah. Well, right now you're just going up a mountain, right? There's no building near you or any of that kind of stuff. There's trees, right? So think like pine trees and all that kind of stuff up on this mountain. So you don't have the greatest of visibility, but you can kind of see out and around you. But while you're in this passenger seat, you spy. Do a little different color here. You spy a pair of people on this mountain, and you got them for like a brief second, kind of through some trees, or maybe you guys had reached a clearing and you saw there were two people kind of way out on the same mountain as you, and they're both kind of looking in y'all's direction and headed. It looks like they were headed your way.
We got company. I kind of motion to everybody where I'm seeing. I got two people over there. Look like they're heading up the mountain. Were they on foot?
Yep, they're on foot.
Look like they're on foot, headed in the same direction.
Everybody be easy.
What's the name of that crew, Vinton? That we had the wrong name of?
I can't pronounce it. What's that? I know what you're talking about. The Lobos Phantasma, but their actual name is David, help me out here.
Oh, Yodanchi. Yao
Danchi.
Yeah.
Yao Danchi. The Yao Danchi people. That might be them. It fits their profile. So.
Okay.
You want me to head over there? You want me to continue to your coordinates?
Let's keep going to our coordinates. Maybe we'll meet up with them. Maybe we won't.
All right.
Violet, from your perspective in the backseat, I would say you kind of verify a little bit of what. Actually, you know what? I'll give you something else. There's a break in the trees when y'all are doing the switchback situation. And you see a little thin smokestack coming from pretty close to those coordinates. A little thin smokestack coming up above the trees, like somebody's got a campfire or something going on.
So actual smoke, or
yeah, like actual like black smoke.
Okay. There's fire up ahead, like smoke, maybe campfire trees.
Cool.
something. In about that direction. She point past Oz.
Cool. Vinton stops. And
Okay.
he goes and he gets out of his truck to go to the back of his truck. And he puts up his CB whip, and then he also, and on top of that, he ties a white flag.
Okay. So yeah, you get out and you go to the back and you grab a white flag or whatever and you tie it to the top of the whip and it's again you're in this like pine wood forest, so you had to stop in just the right spot where your whip can go up past the needles and all that kind of stuff. So you're definitely stuck here for a second unless you don't care about the whip anymore. And so you get that up, and that takes you a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and
anybody else doing anything while he's doing that? Because you all have. I mean, he's working on a thing. It's going to take him a second. What are y'all doing?
Keeping a lookout for anything that might be getting close to killing us.
Okay. Good.
What was her name? Curse me not keeping notes.
I'm looking. That was how many runs ago?
It was when you all were first coming into town.
It was the night market run.
I'm looking. That's Helios. That's managed.
I'm gonna laugh if Jagos gets this character's name before you guys do.
Shut up! That's not fair.
He had the Yaudanchi right on. He was like, "Bam!" in chat.
Actually, I wasn't on the night market run, so you fools are on your own.
I wasn't on it either. So
Jagos, I need your help, bro.
So, you're there, and you've got your CB radio up. What do you do?
I'm letting out this is Vinton Star with the Midnight Runners. If character's name I can't remember. If you're out there, let me know. I noticed 2 people on the ridge trying to identify.
Okay. There is a pause before anybody responds back. Yeah. So the you get a different voice coming back, and it says sounds masculine, and they say Midnight Runners, where are you headed?
Your mom.
Shut up. Investigating area.
That makes sense. Like that now doesn't. Never mind.
We're joyriding.
I don't think that's gonna work. Investigating a point of interest, possibly for our family to move.
Okay. They say well, what would they say back to that? They would say, well, comes back and says, I'm Omar of the Yaudanchi. She's not here right now, but we understand that you've got have an open invitation to dinner. Is that what you're doing now, or you said you were scouting a thing? I'm gonna let you know right now that whatever you're looking for, it's not for you.
I'll look over at Oz. I was like, "Do you want me to tell them what we're actually here for? Because we actually have good relations with these people, and I would like to keep that.
How good relations do we have with them?
They haven't shot us on sight, so in my book, they're okay."
Yeah,
That's a pretty
but
low bar.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest here. Talk hasn't shot Big Toe on site either, and you know
Yeah,
how
and I
that
hate him.
relationship is.
You
Tell you not
watch
helping.
you watch as this person kind of peeks behind one of the pine trees towards you all.
God, they get here so fast.
And they they're real still about it, but they move they keep moving out until one of you looks at them. And then they kind of move back into the tree.
Oh, just tell them. If they've already claimed it, then they've already claimed it. Just tell them.
Thank you, Vi. All right, full stop. We had the coordinates to this location that might be a stash, a bunker. Seeing how you got.
They respond back. All right. Well, do y'all want some grub?
I'm famished. I've been working all day.
Sure.
All right. They'll bring you in.
Alright.
You're the person with you is I should have names in front of me, folks. I'm sorry. The person in front of you is Yocha.
Yo, try.
Yep. Yocha, CHA.
Okay.
And Yocha, he steps out. He's got some pretty like some pretty leathery skin. He's been outside a lot for his life, and he's got on his back an assault rifle, and you can see he's got some augmented legs. And he yep, Jago's hooked you guys up with running horse.
Running horse.
So anyways, so Yocha is in front of you guys, and you see Yocha's partner up back a little ways. And Yocha kind of walks up and says, which one of you is Vinton? I'm hearing looking for a Vinton. Okay, good. I'm Yocha. Good to meet you, Midnight Runners. I'm Yodanchi. We all good here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Well, if y'all want to, I guess, take your car, right? I mean, it'd be kind of silly for y'all to walk. You can keep up with me, I think.
Do all of you all have augmented legs that can run like that?
No. Just the people who go out.
Okay. All right, that's impressive.
Can I stare as stealthily as I can? Can I stare at these legs to see what they are?
Yeah, give me a cybernetics roll at like a -4. Just because you're like low, you're trying to peek over the thing. You don't really want to be spotted. You know, you're you're kind of far away from this person a little bit. So
Okay.
and they're wearing probably wearing like some shorts and some shorts and like a like one of those black tactical shirts that people would get from like a military store or something like that. And they've got probably like a flak vest on over it.
Okay. Yeah, so I got a 19 after all is said and done.
Okay. I like that Jagos realizes I'm drinking tea, buddy, in chat. I'm sorry, guys. This is just blowing my mind. Okay, so you guys are you're sitting there. You're looking at this. This guy has like really nice legs. Like definitely, they have not seen years of use.
Mm.
You don't know the brand yet, but you know that's all like new tech.
Mm.
All right.
Um. Okay. I would keep that to myself for now until they at least get a little farther, maybe.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, and Yocha kind of offers to lead y'all up the mountain.
I'll follow him.
Okay. Um,
Can
and
I go on foot? Does he like offer like if anyone wants to come with me,
no, no,
come with
no.
me on
He
foot?
assumes you're all gonna stay in the car.
Oh, okay, okay,
And he's just gonna run with you all
okay.
up this mountain. And at some point, as you're kind of making your way up the hill, Yocha's partner peels off and goes back to kind of where they were. And you all make your way up to this campground. And I'm sorry I don't have a picture. We really wasn't sure what we were going to do today. But you get up to this where the mountain kind of levels off, and they have cleared away some of the pine trees here. You can see that there's a camp set up. There are people armed with guns that are armed and armored, kind of like milling around, not like guarding. They're just kind of standing here, talking with each other, working on whatever projects, that kind of thing. Their camp is made up of like, um, their camp is probably made up of like collapsible metal structures that sheet metal and wood frame and that kind of thing. You can see off on the northern end there's a big like pen of donkeys and horses and that kind of thing that are out here just kind of eating and grazing. And there's probably some other stuff there like sheep or something like that. And that looks to be a pretty big, sizable area. And there are people actually kind of patrolling that. You can see some farmhands slash guards on the far end of that, just making sure that foxes don't get in, or that if there's some kind of predator animal scoping the place out, that they're tracking for that kind of thing. And there is there's another car here. There's like a little dune buggy here. This present like an open air metal frame dune buggy that's parked up here. But otherwise, it looks like everybody either walks or takes some kind of beast of burden as their transit, and everybody kind of looks the same, right? They all kind of have this like military style shirt, maybe military pants, maybe shorts. You see a few people have augmented legs, and some folks have like an augmented arm, but a lot of folks don't have any augments at all. And as you're kind of getting out of the car, Yocha looks over at you guys and is like, "Well, welcome to the Yodanchi camp by Night City. This is kind of a semi-permanent camp, but family members kind of filter in and out of here. Come on this way. I'll introduce you to some folks."
We are honored. Thank you, sir.
Sure, yeah. Honor is ours. We Running Horse spoke well of you, and we owe you a meal for, frankly, making the Tower Hydro job kind of a cakewalk. And seemed like there was maybe some more, I don't know, stuff we could do together. Seemed like.
All of you seem to be pretty decent people, and the family would like to strengthen bonds around here.
Sure. So Vince and I've met you.
Mm-hmm.
My name's Yocha. He goes up to Vi.
With Dr. Violet Fleming. Nice
Good.
to meet you.
Good to meet you, Doctor. He extends a hand to shake it.
Same. Mm-hmm.
I'm Yocha. I'm one of the eyes around camp. And I'll take y'all into the mess hall in a little bit, or in the food hall in a little bit, but just so I
Sure.
kind of know who all is here.
This is Oz, and this is Ta.
The great
Other members of the Midnight Runners.
The great and powerful Oz.
Yes, the great and powerful Oz.
All right. What power do you have? What are you powerful over?
I tap my implant for the Netrunner.
Got it. Very nice. Very nice. And Ta, I like your hands there, sir. That's pretty good.
I like the legs.
Yeah, they're local.
They look new.
Yeah, I'm the first to have them.
Since we're now talking about this man's legs.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and they're like they're kind of bulky, and kind of a dark green in coloration. But Ta, now that you're closer, and Vi, the two of you, this looks to be like Militech stuff that he's wearing.
Okay. Wait, was that the job? What was the job that we gave them? That we ended up giving them because we didn't do it?
Tower.
Yeah, Tower Hydro is a agricultural corp in Night City that does hydroponics to create real vegetables and real fruit. And Tower Hydro needed a delivery company to handle its goods. So last, I think chapter 1, there was a contract out. Midnight Runners got roped up into some other stuff, which meant that these guys were able to come in and do kind of a cakewalk to win that contract. They won it by showing up with donkeys and carrying everything directly over the mountain instead of going by roads, which were contested over by the other nomad tribes that showed up with their trucks and their bikes and their gangs and all their shit. So there was a big war on the streets while Yaudanshi just walked over the mountain with donkeys. And
That reminds me, I still need to get nitro. Still need to get nitrous.
Yes. Yes, exactly. So yeah, you're kind of in and around. There are people like prepping food. There are people cleaning guns. There are people, living camp life. It looks a whole lot like the Midnight Runner camp, if I'm honest. They have different structures, but a lot of the same jobs are getting done here. Right?
How many people?
They look to be like, if you had to just like shot in the dark guess, maybe 200 lives here.
Shit, that was not what I was imagining. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's not 200 here, but there's housing for
Can live here. Okay.
a lot of people. Yeah. And now that you're here kind of looking around, you can see kind of off to the east, there is a concrete pad. And next to that concrete pad is a suspiciously tall pine tree that upon any inspection whatsoever is obviously not a pine tree and instead is a conning tower for that structure that's it's got a big cement pad on the ground. And there's really nobody over there, but everybody gives it a pretty wide berth. And you can kind of spot what this thing is from now that you're in camp with these folks.
Man, impressive. Y'all all the way up here.
Yeah, we found this place a while ago, and ever since then it's been kind of a permanent camp for us. Different families come in and out, but the Yodanchi Nation kind of holds it as our own. And I want to say about every, 4 or 5 months or so, somebody comes driving up this stupid mountain. It's usually some kids out of Night City think they found something, and some of them, it's pretty easy to just kind of scare them off. Others are a little bit more forceful about it, and then, hey, we get a dune buggy out of the deal, so I'm okay with it.
Those are pretty cool. I used to clown around back in the day in those.
Yeah. I mean, it's all sport and fun up here. We don't really use it much, if I'm honest with you, but I mean, it is fun. So.
Interesting.
Well, come on. I'll introduce you to some folks. And
excellent.
Yodanchi, or sorry, not Yodanchi. My apologies.
Yosha.
Yocha, yeah. Yocha takes you into one of the larger metal structures, and think like, gosh, it's almost like the like steel buildings that you see out along the side of the highway and all that kind of stuff, like those big tin garages. It's kind of like that, honestly. They've had enough presence here to actually build semi-permanent structures. And like this one has people standing outside with that are like having a conversation, but you can tell that they are kind of like guards in that they are watching you all and they have a brief discussion with Yocha before you all go in. And when you get in, this room smells of like really really good food, like a stew that's been brewing for a long time. How it just kind of permeates the walls. You get the sense that there's like maybe the faintest bit of incense burning here just to keep the fragrances kind of evened out. And there are a lot of like pillows and big blankets on the floor and a couple of chairs for people who aren't comfortable sitting on the ground. And this is you're on like a wooden floor, like think of like shiplap flooring where there's like little gaps between all the bits of wood. And there's seating in here for easily 50 people. And when you get in, it's kind of takes you a second for your eyes to adjust if you don't have augmented vision. And there's probably about 6 people present in here. The folks that are clearly more important aren't wearing the like surplus shirts or anything like that. They're wearing like like a collared shirt under a leather vest. And there's 3 of them that are kind of dressed like that, and they've got some extra like where where a vest could have pockets, instead they have like trinkets and stuff hanging off of them, hanging off of those leather vests. And they're kind of discussing with one another, and they see you all show up and kind of break their discussion and come over with some, like smiles on their face. And there's a 4th person who's kind of a lackey, kind of following behind them. And he's got this like bald head, dark brown skin, and like when he smiles, you can tell he's missing a couple of teeth on the right side of his mouth. And he's just all grins, right? As he's talking with one of the other kind of family leaders here. And they come up. You've got 2 women, older women, and a guy who's probably in his like 30s. He's pretty well built. He's got some stature to him. He is not augmented in any way. Whereas the 2 women clearly have like skill softs or something kind of tucked behind their ear. And skill softs are like where you could inject skills into your brain through a little chip or something like that. And these women are older. They're probably in their like 60s or 70s, quite frankly, with wrinkled faces and yellowed teeth and all of that stuff. But they look like pleasant and happy to see you. The gentleman steps forward and says, "Good to meet you, Midnight Runners. I hope that the Yodanchi hospitality has been good to you so far. I want to introduce myself. My name is Stiggs, and this is, for all intents and purposes, our camp. And I want to welcome you to it. Running Horse is not here right now. She's away. She wants to be here, though, and so if time permits, she may show up at the end of our meal together. But
Okay.
yeah, she's sorry that she couldn't make it." And
Understood.
bit of a surprise that you were here.
Right. We wasn't expecting to find anyone up here, to be honest with you.
So allow me to introduce you to our elders. This is Mocha, and Mocha, she like steps forward and kind of gives you guys a bit of a bow, and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I understand that you've had a long day and a few contacts with us. I hope that those have all been peaceful, and that we are going to have a good meeting today."
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. And then he says, and our other elder here is Kington. And she kind of like looks at you all a little bit more sternly and says, "You all are coming here to see the bunker, yes?"
Well, that was
Yeah.
the original plan.
Okay. Well, I hope you understand that that is a prize of ours, and that won't be happening today. I hope that's not going to harm our relations going forward.
You've already laid claim; it's yours. If it was unclaimed, then that's one thing. But we don't take from friends.
Well, that is good. I appreciate that you accept the reality as it is. I, with that, maybe we should sit and eat,
Yes.
share stories.
That would be lovely.
And uh, so he Stiggs kind of goes and sits, and he sits like on the ground on like a little bolster pillow. The two elders, they sit in chairs, and they like kind of cross their ankles, kind of thing. And this pot of stew is brought out, and it's this huge bowl. Think of like oh, like a wok, like a big wok pan. But the stew is kind of in there, and the chef is bringing it out, holding the handles for it, and it's still steaming hot, kind of thing. And when you get closer to it, you notice that it's actually not a stew as it smelled. It's more of like a gelatin. It has all of the flavors and fragrance of like a meat stew, but it clearly has more of a solid structure to it. And while they're bringing that out and setting it down kind of in the middle, you watch as Stiggs and Mocha and Kintan,
Catan.
yeah,
Catan.
Kintan, all pull out like little kits, and they wash their hands, and kind of as the food is getting prepared, they wash their hands, and Yocha says, "Oh, one moment, I'll get you your things," and he goes and gets a box and brings it over. So I'm very sorry. Normally, we have more time to walk through the customs. You're all gonna want to wash your hands, because we are going to eat and share this food together with our hands.
Gotcha.
And though this is a custom, we are hygienic. So make sure you get in those fingernails and all of that for us, please. Thank you. And Yocha does as well. Like Yocha is sitting there like cleaning their hands and kind of like watching you all to help you. If it looks like if it looks like you're gonna do a faux pas, they're gonna be like, let me get in that one or whatever. Like very gently assist you in getting ready.
Doctor's precision here, David.
No, you are solid. You are. I don't think that Dr. Vi is having any problems.
No.
Enough of a
Todd's
germaphobe,
sweating
he is
bullets.
happy.
Oh, this is like, this is great. This is exactly what I want. Yeah, sure.
Todd's sweating bullets. And for two reasons. One, he has metal hands, and food and metal hinges and things are not usually the best. Second, he's a little mistrustful or untrustful of food, even though everyone's eating it.
Yeah.
So he's gonna wash his hands as best he can, even though it's weird, because like hinges are different than joints and under nails.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mocha Mocha, while we're all getting together, kind of looks at you and says, "Friend, are you Are you concerned in some way?
Uh, had, did anyone else have augmented hands in the group that's eating with us?
No. None of these people have augmented hands.
He goes, and I go, kind of in a calmer voice. The food and things do not go really well with uh, these, and he's just going to point out his hands.
Of course. Surely there's something we could do. And Yocha offers, would gloves help? We can go get some latex gloves.
I can be here and participate without eating. Is that possible?
There's kind of like a look around the room as they're all like,
Vi kind of slightly clears her throat and gives like a one head shake to Oz or to Ta. Gloves would be best. Thank you.
Excellent. We will go fetch some gloves. Mocha, or sorry, Mocha, looks at you and says, "Tom, I'm very sorry to put you in this position. That was not our intent, but I'm glad we found a solution."
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Vincent, how you doing? Any ajna?
I mean, he's
Oz
like,
is helping Vincent. Oz is like, no. You put them greasy mitts in your food that I'm going to also be eating.
I took a shower, sir.
And we're all very happy with that. We're all very pleased. You can't imagine how pleased we are.
I don't need this from y'all. I
Yes,
will be I will be definitely working it in, trying to get all the grease out of my fingernails. Like,
Yeah, perfect.
Also, well, I was gonna say, this girl got sanitizer. Like everyone's got spritz up on that hand sanitizer from our crew.
Oh yeah,
like
definitely.
this girl prepared.
Um,
What language are they speaking amongst themselves, Dax?
yeah. So they are very careful not to speak.
Okay, that would be a footpath. So.
Yeah, not in English. They understand that this is a diplomatic moment and they don't want to make anybody feel uncomfortable.
Cool beans.
Yeah.
But
I will say, out and around, when you were walking in, you did hear people speaking a language you did not know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like when you were around, you overheard some like, that's a sound I've never heard before, or that's not a word, but they're clearly communicating with each other in some other language.
Can I keep a sound clip? Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, you got a sound clip for sure.
Top puts on the gloves. He's just gonna like. It's so weird because he's always so used to being like very like tinkerous and like very agile.
Yeah.
It's gonna be just like Ricky Bobby with his hands up, and he's just gonna be like, "What? What do I do? I don't like this. What do I do with my hands?"
Yeah, and it's probably you have the tech hands, right? So it's like you know that if you twitch one of the fingers, like a big X-Acto knife is gonna slice right through that glove any second. You know, like a drill's gonna kick off. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like you have all these like widgets that are gonna light up and destroy these gloves if you're not careful.
Vi's just like, it's okay. Just be patient with yourself.
Yep.
I don't like this. Fine. It's subcoms. I don't like this.
Then put your hands in your lap and calm down, please.
The hands are gonna stay up. But
no.
Slowly move down.
Yeah.
Fine.
Just one or two bites to be polite, if nothing else. And then you're clear, okay?
And Stiggs kind of opens up by asking, the Midnight Runners have been around Night City for a little while, a couple of months. Is that right? I don't mean to be rude, but we've since Running Horse mentioned you, we've been curious and looked into you all a little bit. How is Night City treating you all?
You get a laugh like, it's been good and bad, to be honest.
I'm sure. Same for us. And as like the conversation continues, this big wok of like gelatinized stew is brought to the center, and Stiggs begins as like kind of to like act as a demonstration. He takes 3 fingers and like puts them in and scoops out like a bite of food, and then like waits for Quintan and Mocha to get their scoops, and they kind of like wait, I guess, for like a brief moment to see if any of y'all are gonna follow immediately after.
Oh, I'm in. I'm already in it. Like as soon as I realize the elders have finished and they're looking, I'm
Mhm.
picking it up.
Cool, awesome. Anybody else?
Yeah, Oz will go.
Yeah, same.
Cool. And Ta, you're like still kind of like which is totally fine.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're still kind of stuck in this mode, and you all eat, and it is like the juiciest, most delicious stew. Like the gelatin just like falls away, and it's like I don't know, you're eating, you're clearly eating some kind of like fatted calf or something like that, because the tenderness of it and the just the quality of it is probably better than what you've had just like out and about. Certainly better than kibble. Certainly better than like even a fancy meal that you all have had. Just something about the way they prepare this that it just really is like kind of mind-blowingly delicious.
Man, Dex would be asking all the questions.
Right.
Well,
This
Dex
is-
is jealous. He's gonna.
So I have a plan. I have a plan to ask about. If I would try to ask more about the food and how it was prepared and what their like customs and rituals for that are. She's very interested in learning about these people.
Yeah.
Their customs.
Quinton kind of steps into that. Says, cultural exchange, of course, yes. So the Odanchi people, we are clearly natives of U.S. and this area, and this is one of those things that we've held on to, the food thing. We only eat supper together, always as a shared experience. Otherwise, throughout the day, we snack, right? Fruits, veggies, meat on a stick, whatever. Whatever you need. The interesting thing about that is that we are never really hungry, but never really full until the evening. So all day long is spent working and snacking, kind of throughout the day as you feel the need, and that has served us well out here in the mountains.
I mean, if you're working all day, I understand as somebody who is a former long haul driver from coast to coast. I understand. You just snack and then you eat a big meal at the end of the day. Something special about that. Feels good.
As Stig says, yeah, you guys are movers as well, right? But you use the highways. You deliver across the roads.
That's our trade for the most part.
Isn't that? I don't mean to. He kind of looks around, and the two elderly women are kind of like looking at him, like, "Are you really gonna open this can of worms?" And he just like soldiers forward and says, "Isn't that like a problem? Like the roads are trash. You're always fighting over them with the corpse. You've got other nomads and Shiv Rav, and then there's like bridges that are out and potholes everywhere, and you've got to fix them as you go. Like, isn't that?"
Well, I would say that everything is a challenge and challenges that some people like to face. And our crew is one that faces such challenges, just as yours is a crew that faces challenges in their own way.
Yeah, we rejected the roads. Really, they're just too much effort to use. That was kind of our consensus when we abandoned them, because the idea of using them and caring for them just seemed like too much.
Everyone has their own way, and
When Vi says that, I'll bring out my agent and bring up a picture of the gambler. I was like, when you got a beast like this, not a lot of people come messing with you.
Oh yeah.
Vi stares daggers into Vinton. Daggers.
He looks. It's like, yeah. I mean, there's. I would certainly never attack that without a lot of forethought and planning, which, that looks very very intimidating. But at the end of the day, you need a road. What if the road's out? What if a mudslide's come along and taken it out? What do you do? I've always wondered this. I've always wondered this about you. Road-based nomads. Like, how does it really work for you?
Well, in truth, our family is very diverse. We survive off a very diverse group of people. I mean, we have a lot of techs, a lot of engineers.
At that moment, wire cutters pop out of my gloves and go, "Oh shit, sorry."
There's like a brief like tense as like something quick moves in the room, and once they realize it's like little wire cutters, like everybody calms down, and you hear Yocha just kind of like low under his breath, like, "I'll get more gloves." Gets up to go get another set of latex gloves.
Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir.
Sir, oh, my fault. Thank you, sir. So our family has been built around to handle those unique challenges, and when we have them and face them, we face them together as a family, and it's worked out very well for us. We live off of diversity.
Mocha, she kind of like uses her foot to pad Stiggs and says, "See, they're just like us. We all choose the way we want to approach the world, and we have to live with that." That's what he's saying. There's no great mystery here. Okay. I was always curious. I never understood, and so I appreciate you humoring me. I'm sorry. I'll mind my food.
No, there's no. Just like Vi's very curious, like we're all very curious about y'all. I mean, if you have questions, we'll be more than happy to explain ourselves. There's no hiddenness here among friends, right?
Yeah. No, Mocha, she says, no, I think that this is good. This is a really good first meeting of understanding each other's culture and each other's ways. Many delivery nomads are competitors at best, maybe enemies at worst. And I'm glad that through the handful of run-ins we've had with you all, that has seemed to not be the case. And so this is an interesting experience for us to actually sit down with another transport nomad tribe and share ideas and food.
Yeah, no, this was a pleasant experience. Would not expected my day to start to end like this.
That's good. Yeah, we weren't expecting you either, but this has worked out. The timing was good, either way. And Kington kind of steps in and says, "So, is there a contract that has brought you all here, or is keeping you all here? Is there business that is holding your interest here at Night City, or is Night City kind of your home?" I guess to re-ask the question, is this business or comfort for you being out here?
I would say it's business for us out here, but we've been here a while. Know people within the city, also around the city. We probably won't stay here forever. Make our moves elsewhere, as all our groups are wont to do. But right now, we have we have things that keep us busy in the city, which is good for the family. It pays well and keeps the family together.
Mocha, she kind of like keys on that going into the city bit. She goes, "Do you go into Night City very often?"
I would say someone from our tribe probably at least once a day, if not once a week, but I'm sure someone is going.
Okay.
We've
Vin looks over at Vibe like it's like every 4 hours at this point.
We've grown as a group recently. We've grown as a family recently, so people are free to come and go as they please.
Vi, because you have so much human empathy, I'm going to say
Yep.
that you catch that is not new information for them. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you say that, and like you can kind of tell when someone is like taking in new information in that like level of interest, and what you're really getting back in those facial expressions is like confirming a thing that they probably already knew about the Midnight Runners.
Mm-hmm.
But Mocha, she presses forward. She says, "If you are going into Night City very often, there is use for that with us. We don't go into Night City very much. The comfort that we have out here away from infrastructure has maybe grown a little too great, if I'm honest. And we have things that would be good to have traded in Night City. Contacts that would like to encourage them to come out this way and speak with us. And if this is something that you'd be interested in, we could give you a small task, see how it goes, and perhaps you could deliver a message for us to a contact and see if you can't encourage them to come back out and continue relations with us.
Though we would need to know more, just details of jobs that you want done, like larger scope rather than just one message. There are jobs that we will and we will not do, just given the nature of our family.
Yeah, understood. We wouldn't put you in any kind of violent role as delivery people. We understand that you have to protect yourselves, but you're not. Your job is not to do violence, but to protect yourself from violence, and
Right.
that's our expectation as well. What we have are, I'm sure you saw it out there that we have dune buggies, we have the dune buggy, we have a couple other items that frankly are not useful to us, but our kind of cultural norms have kind of made it such that we have a disadvantage when going into Night City. If your people are practiced at going to Night City, maybe either we trade goods to you and then you fence them as you like, or you can help us broker a deal. My preference would be that you help us broker a deal, so that you get some kind of commission for setting things up, and then we're able to get the rest.
It sounded like you had a specific person in mind.
We do, yes. There's a fixer in town by the name of, what would he go by? He would go by, he'd go by Hartman. There's a fixer in town by the name of Hartman that used to come out this way quite a bit, and we were able to fence goods with him, but he hasn't been here in a number of months. Reestablishing contact with him would be helpful. The other piece is, quite frankly, as a more immediate need, if you could offload that dune buggy for us, that would be ideal. And like, you can see the expression of Yocha as like he clearly doesn't want that to happen, right? Yocha is like wearing the expression of like, oh man, like they're getting rid of our tour. And Mocha explains, you have no idea how many people have gotten hurt driving that stupid thing.
I
So
understand.
we would very much like to get rid of it.
I can foresee that. I see that happening. Vi kind of glances at Vinton. I have a feeling that we could take that off your hands very soon.
I'd be more than happy to get stupidly hurt in that thing rather than any of your people.
Stig's like chuckles like, good. This is what we're already working on. I'm really glad that we invited you all for dinner.
Odds I have plans. We need turbos.
Okay, well, gentlemen, let's not broker a deal over dinner. But I feel like runners may just be willing to take that now at a price. And reestablishing contact with your fixer in town is something that we can look into, see if we can locate them. Do you absolutely want this fixer to be able to come back, or do you want us to fence goods to fixers that we know, as we know several in the city?
If we could reestablish contact with Hartman, that would be good. But if you're able to fence goods for us, then that solves a lot of problems for us as well. If you can track him down and if something's happened to him, let us know. But hopefully we can have relations with him again.
I would subcom to Vi and be like, I say we track him, and if all else fails, we gotta end. Personally.
Is the answer that you get back. Just an affirmative
Yep.
noise.
So you see Toss struggling to put on these new gloves again. Like
Yes.
he's been doing this for like 5-10 minutes.
Yeah,
it's
and
like,
Yocha is like there to like Yocha wants this to work for you, but is not gonna like do it unless you like ask. So they're just present,
yeah, he's not asking.
clocked in on your hands.
Yeah, so he's trying to like roll it down with his palms, but it keeps getting ripped back up. But in subcom when he's doing this, you kind of hear like a frustrated subcom. Ask them what kind of goods they have to fence. Ah, shit.
Oh my god.
And Yocha already produces a third pair.
I think Vi is just gonna reach over and put a hand on Ta's shoulder just to be like, okay, you tried, dude. Like you have tried several times to do the thing. It's okay. Like I think we've all decided this group, this 7 people meeting here have decided you have tried to do the thing and it's okay now. We all saw you try to do it.
Poor Ta. Ta doesn't deserve this.
No.
I believe some of the dealings that we've had in the past with your tribe has been salvaging tech. I believe I've heard whisper that we've had conversations like that. Is that what you're looking to fence, or other things?
When we wander, we find things, and there's random stuff. Quite frankly, there's old radios, old beacons that are still active that we will scan down and come across. We have a family member that has the engine of a boat, a big engine of a boat that is stashed, and they're waiting to find somebody to buy a boat engine. When I say boat engine, I mean a big 24-cylinder diesel engine.
You see Vinton. I have a question, ma'am, if you don't mind.
It's Mocha talking. Yeah.
Mocha. How? I have an idea where that engine came from.
It came from a boat. She grins like she's playing with you.
I was like, okay. As I said, no secrets. The Bigfoot tribe and I, the family that's with us now, how we met. There was a container ship that was there. We were gonna go back in them to salvage the rest, and when we got there, it was gone. We're like, huh?
That was us.
How? That's amazing. Like, he's actually amazed. Like, just like, that's amazing.
Blowtorches, time, working at night. We do a lot of our best salvaging at night. Um,
A load of donkeys.
a lot of donkeys. And for the engine itself, we did have to contact somebody to help us move it because that was not something that we could move easily. So all the scrap metal and everything like that, the comms array and all the rest of the stuff on that boat, the corpses that you all left behind, we took care of all that stuff. But the engine remains as a buried asset that, frankly, would be nice to move, but we haven't been able to secure a buyer yet.
Go ahead.
I was like, if we can't find your fixer, we might have somebody for that. I could think of somebody who can use that motor.
Yeah, you see Stig's like, oh, all right, that's pretty good.
Is it you? Can you use that motor?
What was that,
Where
Oz?
am
I'm sorry, Oz, I didn't hear you.
So he's like, these guys are batting 2 for 2. Let's just keep throwing things at them and see what we
Yeah,
get.
exactly.
Where's the stash?
We also, as Vinton just mentioned, the Big Iron Tribe recently joined with ours, and they are also salvagers. Is there a sort of territory that we should stay out of that you all have claimed? Or is it?
No,
Because we wouldn't want to offend.
We follow the kind of general salvagers code of if you're claiming something for yours, you raise either your group's flag or a black flag. If you are claiming something to share, raise a white flag. And then if you are what is it? If you have found something that you don't want, raising a green flag so that we know that you're not going to bother us as we take it.
Okay.
When we found the boat, there were no other markings on it, so we took it for our own. The territory that we roam is most of the valley in California, but we don't really pledge ownership of any of it. Just if we find something, it's ours, unless there's someone else with a bigger gun to take it.
Understood.
Yeah. The Bigfoot tribe we've run into before, and they seem to follow the same rules. I think only on occasion have we traded any fire with them, and nothing of real note.
Good to know. I'm sure they're well aware of you and all the customs. Like we recently became one family, so.
Oh, so you're learning all of this.
Each other's customs, yes.
Yeah. Yeah. The salvaging and the transporting goes well together. It's a good pairing, and we have families within the nation that specialize in one or the other. This family specifically happens to be a distribution family.
It's wonderful.
A mighty fine one at that.
We do okay.
I am curious to ask, and I know that my compatriots here are also going to be curious. We found coordinates to come here from the city. Certainly, we don't want to take whatever it is, but we are notably curious about what it might be, and I feel it's going to eat some of us up if we don't find out what it is. Could you share even a little bit about it?
The three of them kind of all look at, or two of them look at Quintan, and Quintan says, "That's fair. I wouldn't want curiosity to get the better of anybody. That would be bad for all of us. Every so often, there must be something in this city that is pointing people this direction. If I knew what it was, I would get rid of it. But
Oz will hold up his hand and say, "I found a comm tower on top of a bunker that was communicating with this location. I can give you coordinates for that comm tower. It was in a pretty heated spot, but it might lead you to others.
Oh, well,
I could break it for you.
It's
Kind
our
of like
week.
elbow
So
up.
you're like, oh, well, that might work really well.
You kind of get a wide eye from Vinton to the other, all three of y'all. Like, are we really going back? Okay.
it's a thought. We know that is telling people coordinates,
Yeah.
and
I would very much like whatever that is to not be in operation anymore. So maybe that's our first ask of you, says Quintan.
If
but I don't. Let's do the. Perhaps maybe we find Hartman first, and then we discuss what is necessary for that second job.
Oz had leaned in, it was in a pretty hot zone last time.
Oh,
I can still break it for you. He'll like kind of whisper under his breath.
Play
is
with
it
your glove.
is it in the hot zone?
Yes.
It's kind of a nod, but yeah, no other
Okay,
big confirmation. So
understood. A task for another time, but definitely something that we would like. So, as you think on that, let us know. So what is here? What was here, really? This was a staging point for. Seems to be a hidden staging point for Militech before the time of the Red. When we finally figured out how to open the thing, we discovered they had a lot of gear: cybernetics, weapons, armor, parts to assemble vehicles. Clearly, some team staged out of here because a lot of the racks where various weapons and things, those were all missing. Not that the place was looted; it was clearly not accessed until we came in. But obviously, a team had kitted up and loaded out from here before some mission, probably in Night City.
that's very interesting. Then it's been some time that it's been putting out these coordinates. I hope you haven't found too many people climbing up your road to get here.
Fortunately, we see a lot of them a ways off. And your vehicle had been described and ID'd before, so we kind of knew who it was, but it was good to get the radio confirmation. Most other folks, you shoot out a tire, they don't know how to get up here without their car. So it's usually pretty easy to dissuade them from coming up here. A few of them are brave enough to push on, and then, like I said earlier, like somebody said earlier, we ended up with a buggy.
That's unfortunate to them, but
Yeah.
terrible. No.
Frankly, most of it has been hollowed out at this point. There's, very little that we haven't already made use of. The rest of it is, frankly, a lot of scrap and cooking supplies for some reason. And you're reading her, and this is truth that Quintan has given you. That there's like very little that they haven't gotten their hands on, and that there apparently is kitchen supplies down there.
We may want to look through the scrap if you would purchase it from you, potentially, depending on what it is. Our Ta could take a look at it.
I'm pretty good with that stuff. As he holds up his hands again.
And they like bust
You are
through the
very-
gloves.
Yeah.
They're okay. That's good. Yeah, the scrap is usually not worth the effort of digging up out of the ground, but if you could use it, that's we would retrieve it for that.
Atab has a good eye, so he would know what to grab. David, have I heard Dexy bitch about the cutlery at our camp?
Yeah, so the camp itself has like passable kitchen supplies. Roy's Chexican Hotel Motel cafe situation that you guys have just relocated, you know that they have like, frankly, shoddy kitchen supplies.
We should help them out.
Because they were bankrolled by Shiv Rav, so it was like Shiv Rav murdered a bunch of people, stole their kitchen stuff, and hauled it over there, and it was like, use this. And Roy and the Chexican Motel Cafe folks were like, great, we have a kitchen now. Not that Shiv Rav knows what to grab from a kitchen to furnish a restaurant. So, yeah, there's Roy's could use this for sure.
It's quite the deal making day. I'm so sorry to talk all this over dinner. But we do know someone that could use a lot of cooking supplies. There is a gas station slash restaurant slash
Motel.
hotel eventually, I think, that's being set up not too far from our camp. It's open to the public, but they are in need of more cooking supplies and utensils. So if you are trying to offload them, I know a buyer.
Kintan kind of grins and says, okay, yeah, we have no use for it. So if you can use it, then by all means, we'll haul it up out of the ground and settle up on some kind of price for your motel cafe. Is it the Midnight Runners? It's not the Midnight Runners. It's some other group.
It's not the Midnight Runners, just someone associated with us.
Roy's Chexican restaurant. Some of the best food on this side of California.
We'll have to try it out then. Okay.
It's pretty good food, I have to admit. But yes, Roy.
Vinton points over to Oz. He'd be like, I seen this man put like 17 plates away in one go. It was amazing.
They kind of look at Oz like, really?
I spent a long time on nutrient paste. I got to make up for it.
Understood. That's good. That's really good. Well, that's interesting. I didn't expect that to ever find a use.
Someone can always use it somewhere. Right?
Like I said, our family is well diverse.
So it seems. This is Mocha talking. So it seems. This has been good. Well, I also did not expect us to cover so much business in one day. I really just wanted to meet you and have a good meal together.
You are most welcome to come to the Midnight Runners camp and share a meal with us there. I will admit it may not be as wonderful as this, but we do our best with what we have.
Stiggs kind of leans forward, says, "I'll take you up on that at some point."
Definitely.
And both the like elderly women, like you catch, they do this like grin of like, he's learning. Good. Yes. Like their little pupil is getting smarter.
This is the one that wanted to keep the go-kart, right?
Yeah. No. That was Yocha, the guard that was with you all and is like really fretting over trying to help out Ta.
Gotcha.
I would like to talk to Yocha before we leave.
Cool.
I would like to. I know I'm like totally taking control of this conversation. I'm sorry. You mentioned that people had been injured with the dune buggy. I'm sure that you have other injuries out here. Are you in need of any medical attention or medical supplies?
Mocha asks, "Are you when you say doctor, you're a medical doctor then?"
I am, yes.
Oh, well, that is good to know. Most of our injuries are superficial, and we have people who can take care of that. But are you familiar with like trauma and surgery and that sort of thing? Is that part of your schooling?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The largest portion of it.
The good doc has put me back together probably more than she cares to count.
Good to know. Okay. Well, there are occasionally situations that are beyond our means, and it's good to know that you have that skill set. If something comes up, we'll reach out to the Midnight Runners and try and get a hold of you.
Fabulous.
I'll subcom Vi. I was like, we're gonna need to upgrade the medical tent if we're gonna take on another family this size.
We're just helping them, and I'm already working on that.
10-4.
Noted.
Yeah, and there seems to be kind of a. You guys have been eating right during all of this. The bowl of like stew gelatin is getting thinner, as people have like whenever they haven't been speaking, they've taken turns eating from it, that kind of thing, and that gets taken away, and out comes this like oh, what would it be? It would be like a it would be a plate of like oh, how to describe it? It's like candied bacon as the base, and then a layer of like granola, and then above that is like a almost like a very thin cheesecake that sits on top, and it's like it's on this kind of wide tray, and they bring it out and set it down, and you see Mocha go, oh yay, oh yay, this is my favorite dessert, and she like reaches forward and says, the way to eat this properly, if I may, is you pull out one of the bacons, and you dig out however much cake you want, and then that is the proper way to eat this. As she like carves out like a healthy scoop out of this cake, and then like sits back and starts to eat on it with like little flecks of like of like this, creamy cheesecake, kind of resting on her mouth, and she's just like very happy to have her favorite dessert here. And it's a strange combination. It's a strange combination of like sweet and savory going on here. And it seems like the granola is like an in between thing, like as almost like a palate cleanser after you have this really like strong sweet and strong savory going on. There's like this, they take a bit of granola and eat that, and it tends to cleanse the palate a little bit.
Oz will tell her, if you really like these mixtures of sweet and savory, or different types of things, you're definitely going to have to come out and visit Roy's. He's a master of mixing different culinary techniques there to make interesting options.
Really? What give me an example. What is something that he's made?
What's the
kolache nacho thing?
Yeah.
The kolachos?
Colachos.
And then there's molash.
and nachos. It doesn't sound right, but it's amazing.
Yes. Yeah,
Where is it? What's it under? Someone tell me what's it under.
I thought it was under the campaign. Oh, I thought. Hold on, isn't it?
Oz has a picture of the menu on his
On his agent.
He'll pull that menu up and hand it to her.
There's also molash, which is mole and goulash.
Mhm.
Yes.
Then we got kolaches that can stuff kolaches that he just stuffs all kinds of stuff in there. Hamburger.
It's in places. In places under Sacramento.
Okay, gotcha. Oh, that's right. That makes sense. So here, just so the audience can see what we're hunting through, we use this program to organize all of our game notes.
What's that program called?
It's called Legend Keeper.
Legend Keeper.
We are sponsored by Legend Keeper. If any of y'all want access to Legend Keeper, let me know.
It is a great tool.
Yeah. So here's Roy, a traditional Chexican name. He owns the Chexican restaurant. Oh, whoops! You're all not seeing the photo. I'm so sorry. Let's make that smaller. There we go. So he owns this, and then here's our menu: appetizers, main course, beverages, goulash tacos.
Oh, goulash tacos.
Colachos.
Those.
Yep, kolache teriyaki. I did notice that one earlier. Kolache teriyaki is delicious.
Kung Pao chicken kolache
Yes.
is now.
Yes. Oh,
Oh,
man.
the fajita steak and queso kolache. I remember that.
Yeah, somebody's been adding to this menu.
Mike and Jay.
I
Mike,
freaking
Jay,
love it. I
throw
freaking
in
love it.
Ethan probably from time to time.
Yes. Yeah. So
Text chicks.
yeah. So
Also, when Oz brings up his agent, he also gets daggers like stared at him like
what are you doing?
animals. Stop it.
Why?
What?
Yeah. So if
No.
I ever need to see real quick at a glance what the menu for Roy's checks, I just go to this little article and I hover over it and I can see empalachas.
What's
Empanachos.
I forgot that like, the actual menu was a thing, and
Yes.
I'm pretty sure at one point I said I was going to design the menu. Which
There is a designed menu. There is one.
Jagos made it, right?
Yeah,
Or
Jagos made one.
Jamos?
Jago, send me it. Show it to me.
Was it? Jagos is
Actually,
amazing. You're making so many wonderful things for us, Jagos.
No, Jago says it wasn't him. It says it was Dexy's been doing it.
Oh,
Has it been-
really?
Oh yeah.
I'll reach out to Mike.
Yeah, we'll figure
Okay.
out. We'll figure out what. We'll get the image for this. We'll get the image for this sucker loaded in.
By the way, Ta has been struggling to put on the gloves again as he sees this like thing.
You can stop,
But-
Ta. Just stop.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just
Tom.
stop, Ta.
But
Foreshadowing. It's not going to work. It's going to keep ripping. And he's never going to get it.
are you now in for the dessert? Is that the deal?
There is a part that he is in for the dessert, but he keeps just ripping the glove.
Oh,
Do you,
Can't do it.
Ta, do you want me to help you out? Like,
No, I
got
got
some-
this. I got this. I got this.
I got leather
Shit.
gloves in the
Shit.
truck.
No, I got it. I got it. I can do it.
Well, I just reach in and dig in and eat it.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm like,
Menu with what's your name?
Mocha.
He's not completely up and running yet, but you let us know we're coming. We'll make sure he's got everything.
Beautiful.
Oh, good tag.
So once we're through dessert, I'll let people want to do more stuff. But when we're through dessert and like done, I guess I would talk with Stig about buying some of this stuff.
Okay. Yeah, let us maybe handle that off cam. Because there's like a rando shopping list y'all have come up with, right? There's the sheet metal or the scrap metal, there's the kitchen supplies, there's the dune buggy, there's like all these things, and we can do all of that as our like play by post between sessions.
Cool.
not on Saturday.
Yeah, not the day of the next game. We'll get to it, I'm sure.
What was his name? The security guard?
Oh, that was Yocha.
Yocha. I would pull Yocha aside and like, Yocha, I saw your face. About the Doom Buggy.
Yeah, it's gonna be sad to see it go. It's so fun.
I tell you what, if things keep going as well as tonight went, and when me and Oz get done tinkering with it, I'll bring you. You can come on down any time, and you can drive it.
All right. I mean, that's okay.
Did he just leave Ta out of a tinkering mission?
I mean,
How
Tom wants to
dare
come
you.
along too.
Yeah,
I mean, Tom wants to come along too. Absolutely. Like,
he kind of
Between two words, kart races.
absolutely.
he kind of looks around a little bit and goes, "Okay, my personal frequency and code," and then he gives you like a string of numbers and letters.
I got it. And I'll take a. If he doesn't mind, I'll take a picture.
Oh, of the code or whatever. Yeah, like you
Yeah.
you can write it down in your agent or whatever you
Cool.
like. He
I'm gonna
just
write it
just
down.
speaks it to you. He speaks it to you
Yeah.
and expects
I'm
you
gonna-
to like.
I
after
got it
that.
written down, and I put his name in his tribe and send it over to Benny, personal use for Vinton.
Cool. Yeah, so you've
Yeah.
got this guy's you know, his antenna, like how to get a hold of him.
Yeah.
Because these guys rock long range radios, not a lot of phones. Because while agents work great in Night City,
Not out here.
not out here. So they're all about that long range whip
We'll
that they carry around.
we'll get the comm information for them and then give the information for Benny. So that they have that. I'd be just interested in continuing to converse with the elders.
Yeah.
Just talking about like their culture and like why here and what communities they were from or like had been from before the red and
Vinton would like to do the same.
Sure. Yeah, we can kind of summarize some of that here, because they're happy to share that stuff. In the world before the Red, Native Americans have a huge nomad nation, and it spans all kinds of tribes, all kinds of cultures, all of that stuff, right? And many tribes don't associate with the nation, but these guys did. The Yodanchi did. During the time of the Red, huge upheaval, and as you all know, nomads really had this huge upswell of opportunity because there's no more global no more global trade. A lot of trade is regional now, so a lot of nomads got in on that game, and these guys are no different, right? The Yodanchi saw a moment to do this, and they even talk about a history where right after 2020 they were on the road like you guys. They were, you know, driving big rigs, they were driving trucks, they were driving motorcycles, they were the standard road warrior nomad. And after some period of time of strife, they just unhitched from the road and found their niche in the in-between spaces of California. And so, you know, the Yodanchi clan, so it's not quite a nation, but it's a huge subset of families. They are all over California at this point, and are, you know, basically anywhere there's not a road, they've probably been there, right? And that's their niche. That's the thing that they took over that nobody stopped them, right? Like nobody was really around to say you shouldn't do that, and those that were not a big threat or easy enough to walk around. They're involved with the first cities. A lot of the first cities rely on the Yodanchi to bring them supplies, because a first city doesn't need a truckload worth of stuff a lot of times, but like 3 or 4 donkeys worth of stuff, yeah, that's what a little first city needs. You know, has 1,000 people or less. So like they're heavily involved in kind of the upkeep of the first cities that are smaller, that are too small to really be on y'all's radar. And that's their niche, is taking care of those folk.
Cool.
And a lot of the smaller first cities also don't have the ability to do road maintenance, right? So like that's also part of their gig, is like, don't do road maintenance. Buy from us. We'll take care of you. We'll always be here every Tuesday, you know? And so that's what you get out of that discussion, is that they're filling this very specific niche in California.
Cool.
Get a very cool from Vinton. Like, that's really cool. Like, I can respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Violet would express that she would love to learn more about their culture and share any info that she can.
Yeah,
And
Mocha is especially open to that kind of stuff, and says, well, the next time we can maybe share an evening together, please let me know.
Yes, I will. Thank you. That's great.
And she looks at Stiggs and she says, and I expect you to be in presence as well. I think this exchange is going to be healthy for all of us. And he kind of, like, you can tell he's been checked out from some of this conversation. And he's like, okay, yep.
I would ask.
Welcome back.
Yep.
Welcome back, sir.
I would engage Stig. I was like, you seem like a fit man. What do you do to work out around here?
Oh, well, I mean,
the nature itself, but
yeah. There's and like he tells you about his workout routine, which is like lifting logs and shit, because that's what he's got. he's got pine trees to chop up, and there's all kinds of work to do. So he's pretty fit on that front. But if he ever does like a real workout, it's probably literally lifting logs and tree trunks and stuff.
since we're doing this cultural exchange, I have, if you ever find your way down to our camp, I have my own personal workout session.
Oh.
If you would like to join me, I'm always looking for a good lifting partner. Not that we don't have guys that could help me out, but I'm getting up there in that weight where I need somebody like your size to, spot me, and probably vice versa.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's kind of fun. I like that idea. Well, all right. So it's kind of tough for me to get away from the camp, but I would like that idea. So we'll try and make that happen.
I get the sense he's being groomed for leadership.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
And I understand.
Yeah. You very much get the sense that this guy's being like handled or managed, and that the intention is for him to do more. Right. So like these two, the two like elders of the family are clearly trying to make sure he's a part of these important conversations, and that he's picking up on the cues, and that he's understanding how to do diplomacy with other nomads, that kind of thing. Like this was obviously a teaching session for him.
Right. Okay. I would smile and be like, and whisper in his ear, like, I understand.
Okay, good. There's a moment where he's like not really connected with what you're saying. He's like, oh yes, okay, yes, fair enough.
So that'd be it for me. Just talking, chilling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of waiting to see if Homegirl shows up.
Right. Yeah, she doesn't. So the evening starts to wind down. It's clear that they are ready to go and take care of other stuff. So at some point there's a, Yocha and Stiggs kind of walk you all towards the end of the building, with Mocha and Kintan going back towards kitchen area, really, to go out the back way. And Yocha kind of leans into all of you and says, that went really well. And Stiggs stand there and says, this was a good first meeting of our people, and I hope that we can do some more of this in the future. I think there's a lot that our two tribes can do with one another.
Absolutely. This went very well. It's nice.
So, Dr. Vi, I understand we have some business to attend to. If you like, we can stand over here and go through the bits and bytes of it.
Sounds perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
And he has like a little desk, and he has, you start writing up, items and costs and prices and all that kind of stuff that you're going to take to your people, the various people you take those things to get back from him.
Occasionally message Dexy if I can get a signal here.
Sure.
To be like, hey, this is things, and tell me numbers.
Right, yeah. How much are we going to pay for a whole new kitchen for Roy?
Just Dune Buggy? Can you price me out a Dune Buggy?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, you all work on that. Okay. I don't have anything else for these guys, actually. off the top of my head. Do you all have further stuff you want to do here?
I would just look at the tech and just I'd take the best things I could look for. If they gave me access to look at like the scrap tech or anything, maybe they had like too much excess stuff or anything like that.
Yeah, they have some like smashed boards and stuff that they don't know what it does. And so like they've got some of that, and then they've got some. They really do have like scrap metal down there, like old shelving and all that kind of stuff that's still down there. That is valuable, as just like scrap metal that you could easily send over to Chromoxy for them to use because they're still hungry for metal. But probably the most interesting thing to Ta is probably those smashed computer boards, or
Okay.
or whatever that stuff was.
Okay.
You said that there's metal that we could then sell to Chromoxy, right?
Yeah, it's like it's you weigh it by the ton, right? And then Chromoxy will pay so much per ton of scrap, kind of thing, so that they can smelt it down on site. And that's typically how it's done.
I would actually walk over to Oz and like, well, Oz, for your first mission, this went really freaking well. Good job. For your first being like calling and making the plans.
Well, yeah,
Good on you, man.
This is how things go when I'm running the show.
You just couldn't take the compliment, could you?
I am the great and powerful Oz.
Oh, for fuck's sake, you're gonna talk about this all for the next month, aren't you?
Yep,
That's
all the
your
way
fault.
back.
You know what?
You shouldn't have done that.
You know what? I gave the man a compliment. He did well. Let him live off his high.
Oz, as you guys are walking out, you told me earlier on that you're always scanning. As you're walking out, you do connect with that comm tower. With the way y'all head back towards your car, there's a period where you pass like in line of that comm tower, and you do connect with it.
I'm not gonna mess with their stuff. They might have somebody in there listening.
Yep.
But I'll definitely keep note.
Okay. Yeah, it looks to be pretty directional. Because like when you take a couple of steps, one way or the other, you lose that connection.
That thing was a straight shot.
All right. Okay, guys. You all get back in your car and motor on back. We will settle up on all the bits and bytes on the shopping y'all are doing and the fixing you're doing for these folks. Anything else y'all want to do while you're here or get up to while you're out and away from camp?
What? I mean, I have something when I get back to camp.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to do before you get back to camp?
Who's
just
driving? I'll drive the go-kart back.
I don't think we saw. I don't think
we can assume that the go-kart is getting sold. Yeah, because they really want to get rid of it, and you guys will absolutely pony up for a go-kart.
I was like, I'll throw money right now. I'm like, bam.
Yep.
Oz, don't wreck it.
Just very quickly, is it possible? This may be an out-of-character question. Is it possible to get a pair of those legs, or even a leg?
Oh, no.
Okay.
But you do notice, funny enough, as you're like scoping out all these legs, there is a gentleman with 2 left legs.
And then he'll point to say, "You good dancer?"
No. No. And it's like at the knee. It looks like from the knee down is like a second left shin and foot.
Okay.
Rough.
Scraping the bottom of the barrel on their cybernetics down there. It's like, you want 2 cybernetic legs? You gotta accept some shortcomings at some point.
If I had trusted Hitchens anymore, I would hook him up with Hitchens, but I don't trust Hitchens no more.
Why don't you trust Hitchens anymore?
Yeah,
She
why
gave
didn't
you a
pick
Borg.
What are
Yeah,
you talking about?
and free servers and money.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. There's something there outside of the game as a player. There's something there that is just.
I like the paranoia. Keep it
I
going.
know it's just one of my things right now. It's like I don't trust it just no more.
Could
I'm
have
gonna
used
keep
the
dealing.
paranoia last week, maybe, but whatever.
I don't look as a player. Absolutely regret saying save Ember. Could have saved a lot of trouble.
No, the Ember thing is fine. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Leave me alone.
Y'all are having this discussion on the way home. So you're
Yeah.
private. You're not in near this camp or any of that kind of stuff. You're all on your own
I
here.
did make sure that I could exchange numbers or comms codes with either Stig or
Yep.
like if he has a actual agent number.
Yeah, Stig has comm codes he can share with you.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like it seems like they have agents, but they don't like use them.
Yeah, makes sense. And if they need any medical supplies, they can let me know.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. So y'all are talking about whether or not you trust Hitchens on the way back.
Yeah.
What,
And then
are
all of
we,
a
or is that a Vinton
That
thing,
was
or-
that was a Casey thing, not a Vinton.
Okay,
Vinton's gonna
okay,
keep.
so-
That's it. That's something that Vinton's just been dealing with on his own, but he's gonna keep dealing with Hitchens until he can get a solid enough info.
But just on the ride home, regardless of if there's a conversation or not, it's gonna like something strikes Ta, and then he like has a moment to think about something, and then he kind of sits back up and kind of goes neutral.
Mm.
Like when we get closer to home.
You okay?
Yeah, I just remembered something I gotta do.
Okay.
We're good. I just need to talk to someone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ta, you have an agent, right?
I use other people's agents.
Oh, okay.
I usually use Vins.
Okay, gotcha. Well, wherever you go to log into your stuff, there's a message waiting for you.
Oh, okay. Because it's rare. Maybe like Vin gets a little thing, and he's like, "Hey, you got something?" I was like, "That's
You know what?
I don't."
I would have been like, that doesn't. I'll pull my agent out and be like, and hand it back towards Todd, like, yo, I don't recognize this.
For me, these
Hey,
don't
look.
usually come back. Oh, okay. Maybe it's Zen or one of the Pro Max guys.
One of the XFIT guys.
Yeah, XFIT guys.
Yeah, no,
Do
it starts off with a hey, my little turtle.
Who's sitting next to Ta?
Me.
You've never seen Ta quite as shocked and pale as you have seen just in like just like, hey, maybe like he doesn't even get to finish XFIT. And so like he's gonna like turn his body away from everyone, so he's like only he can read it, and yeah, and he'll turn away from everyone, and he'll continue reading.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Kara is trying to find out where you are.
And so, like you see tossing about like 1,000 things at once. He kind of like keeps putting his hands on his face and go, oh god, okay. And then like he'll give coordinates, and then it'll say something in kind of jumbled encrypted letters, and I go, oh, okay. And then he'll give it back. He's deleted the message, but he'll give it back to Vinton. So thanks for that. That was
So you
yeah.
sent it and then deleted everything, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we just put it back, and it's like, ain't none of my business.
Okay.
Just do you need my phone, Ta? Do I need to get a new
Yeah,
phone?
actually, yeah. Can I hold on to that, please? Just I'll buy you a new one. I'll buy you 5 new ones. Can I just hold on to that one?
Give me to like, you know what? Yeah, here. I'll see
Sure.
if I can
Yeah.
get
Thanks.
Dex's.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. He's gonna come put it back in his pocket.
Hold on. Give me that phone.
We can discuss this later. How about this
No,
is
no,
like a later
give me-
discussion thing?
Give me
Later
the phone,
discussion thing.
Tal.
Could you keep your eyes on the road, please?
Yeah.
You're still like
please
going
drive.
through the mountain.
Please
You're like
drive.
dodging trees and shit.
How about we work out this deal when we get back?
That's a
Like-
great idea. That's a great idea. Let's do that.
And he just kind of speeds up a little bit faster. So yeah, unless anybody else got any other things any more news they want to drop. Pit stops, anything, candy. Then we don't need candy. We made enough food.
Right. Yeah. No. You head on. Yeah. You all make it back to camp unless there's anything else.
Like I have something I need to do
Okay.
after.
Yeah.
So, first, can I have my phone back real quick, Ta? Just 5 minutes.
Yeah. And like as he's handing it, like he's typing really fast and deleting the message, maybe typing another message. Yeah, 1 second here. Just take it, delete. Okay, here you go. And he'll like.
Oh my God. And so I'll go to my truck because I just remembered I did do something way back in the beginning of the game. And I'll open up a box and pull my SIM card out and stick it in another phone that I originally bought for Zorn and never had a chance to give to him.
There you go. There you go.
And I was like, I remember I bought one a long time ago.
There you go.
And I'll hand it back. I was like, and I'll take a spare SIM card so it can work. I'm like, and factory reset. I'm like, here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. You just got free truck maintenance for a long time.
How about if something happens to me, like I lose
Sure,
an arm
whatever.
and something? Yep, cool.
You name your price. I don't really care. Just don't ask about
What?
it.
Who?
Okay, I gotta go talk to
Your
someone. Good mission, everybody. Good mission. I'll see you later.
What the fuck is going?
Okay, so because I've been sitting in the back observing Ta for however long it took to get back, and then this little interlude, I have been quietly studying the situation. Can Vi get a better read on what Ta is feeling / going through?
I'll tell you, his body language changed to the point where he was like a normal human emotional thing. Like he actually displayed normal emotions.
But like which ones?
All of them.
Excitement?
All of them.
Yeah.
All of them. Yeah.
Sadness, anger.
Excitement, sadness, anger, pure joy, all that, all of them.
Do I see Big Toe anywhere?
No.
He's definitely gotten back in touch with his girlfriend.
You know what? It's true. He just did. Just not who you think it is.
Yeah, no. Wait a minute, you two. What are you talking about? Wait.
No, that was out of character.
Oh, that's out of character.
That was out of character
I
for
thought you two
sure.
actually just. I was like,
Oz definitely said that in character, though. I think
I didn't because
Oz. You know what? Cool.
Don't worry, big guy. You know, I think it'll be fine. But you know, love finds a way. Just let it go.
That's the most normal I've seen that. I know he's probably gone. So I was like, Doc and Oz.
yes.
Did he seem normal to you? Like in the sense of like how we interact with information?
Yes. And a bunch of other emotions as well.
Women
Something.
do crazy things to men.
What?
What? Is this back to your theory?
Yes.
What theory?
It's not important.
No. What theory?
Oz thinks that the reason that Ta got so weird up in Sacramento is because his girlfriend broke up with him. And maybe this is his girlfriend getting back together with him. Right? Right, Oz?
Yes.
Who do you think his girlfriend is? I'm now curious.
Obviously, it was Spring.
Oh, okay. You keep thinking that, big buddy.
They were really close together. I mean, I only know him for a little while, but they were very close together. And then when she left, he had to make the decision to go with her or stay. He stayed, and he got very depressed.
I could tell you,
Since
100%. The only thing they had in common that I ever seen them have in common was tech. That was it. They stayed on each other's side of the camp, and
He was nice to Ta. I don't know.
that's what I'm saying.
She was.
She
And they
was
built a building together. I mean, come
with
on.
that,
really
but like
together, and they were friends. And you know what? Todd doesn't do well with personal connections with people, but apparently he had a pretty personable connection with her. And maybe they worked on a few tech things together, and things got crazy one night. You don't know how.
I could tell you this right now with personal conversations with Ta. That is not the truth. But hey, it's an interesting thing. It's good to see him be normal.
Right.
Great job, Oz. Great job, Vi. And you see a seriousness start coming over. And I was like, got my phone. If anybody needs me, I'm gonna head into town.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just need to clear my head. It's been a rough week. I'm gonna be taking my bike, so like, if you need me or the family needs me, I can get back here quickly. And don't worry, I'm not going to wage war. I'm just gonna have my pistol, okay, just for personal defense. And
I mean, we just had a big meal and stuff, and like it's getting late. You sure you want to go into town?
yeah, tonight was very eventful. You guys did an excellent job. Excellent, like always, Doc. Always excellent. Oz, brag all you want. You did a good job tonight.
Of course, I'm the great and powerful Oz.
Yes, you are.
You have fun in the city, I suppose.
Yeah, fun. Yeah, And so he wanders over to his bike, and he starts heading into the city. And
To that, can I take care of two really quick things with Oz?
Yeah.
And I have one quick thing with Vi. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oz is going to do two things. One, he is going to go let Benny know how the meet and what everything happened.
Yep.
So that he is aware, and mentioned that Vi handled the majority of the contacts, but that location did not work out for them. But hey, they made friends, so it worked out well.
Okay. Cool.
The other thing that he is going to do is, on one of his adventures into town, he came across some a can of clear glitter paint, and he is going to paint the inside of Vinton's headlights, so that when he turns the beams on his big truck, it's glitter and sparkly.
Why the fuck would you do that?
It is a rainbow dazzle surprise.
Oh my god. Okay, you do that.
Mine was just to back up whatever Oz was telling Benny about meeting with the Yodanchi, and then securing an additional CCAN for the techs that are not Ta.
Yeah, it'd be another tent. It'd be another tent, but yes.
Yeah, whichever.
Yeah.
That maybe was connected, but that way we could just leave.
They just do a whole nother one off of the longhouse. They just do a whole nother door, and do a whole nother tech shop is what they would have to do. So we'll take that out of the family budget, and we'll make that happen.
Okay, that was it for me.
Awesome. Vinton, you roll into town.
Yep, rolling into town, doing a good click actually. It's been a while since he's been out by himself without people, and so he's just stretching his legs, taking this bike down, and he makes his first stop at the ecology.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, so you go into Westbrook, where the
Yep.
arcology is. Yeah, absolutely.
And he kind of takes a step back, like he pulls up to where he thinks the memorial's at.
Yeah, so it's actually in the arcology. It's in the building. It's part of the building. It's fused into the building.
Then he would actually like to go in there
Okay.
if Chromoxy would let him.
Yeah, yeah. You roll up. You park in the employee parking area in the construction parking lot, and Chromoxy just waves him in.
Cool. And pull out a small flask of whiskey.
Okay.
And take a drink and be like, "Well, Blue, don't know how long we're gonna be here. Some interesting, huh?"
And I was gonna say, and you can see Blue's name um, is a think of it like a steel wall with um, kind of a golden, almost like a blue and gold lettering is like fused with that steel wall, and is like very slowly over thousands of years will be chemically bonded with that wall, right? So, but you're seeing these kind of golden blue letters on that wall where you see Blue's name.
You see a smile. There's a smile, and he's like, "Cormac's a good people." And you're like, you know, and he just has a small conversation. He's talking to the wall, but like if Blue was there, and he's like, you know, I think I get it now. This whole family dynamic thing. I'm screwed up a lot, but I'm trying. And good news. I think Silas and I and some of the family members are gonna get those people. Finish that up. Kind of wish you were here because your brother isn't the same. I don't know what deal with what devil he dealt with, but he could really use you right now. Hopefully, after all of this, he can get back to being. I mean, he was never really personable, but back to Silas. But as the family's grown, you would be real surprised. But got some business to handle. I want to just come by and say hello. Might be the last time I get this chance. So anyway, and he pulls out a little bit, knowing that she probably didn't. I don't know if she drank or not. And he hops back on his bike after just kind of sitting there solemnly.
Before you leave, so you kind of wrap up your moment there on the memorial, and you turn to leave, and there's this old guy wearing a blue security jacket, and you can see on his face where like from here on his cheekbones down, clearly all of his skin had like been burned or scarred in some way. His like mouth is kind of misshapen, and you can see that like his right hand is basically not there. It's like this coming out of the sleeve of his jacket is this like burned out stump of an arm, and he kind of walks with a slight limp. And he comes over to you. He's got a cup of coffee. He says, I was kind of wondering if any of you guys are gonna come by and check out the memorial again. Glad to see you. Here, have some coffee.
Thank you. He puts his flask away and he takes a big drink. She did a lot for all of us.
Yeah.
And hopefully me and her brother will finish the job.
Hope that you do. he kind of looks at the wall and kind of at a moment you see the other names from the other families that lost people. And goes, they all meant something to us. Glad that you're still on it.
I don't think her. I am pointing at Blue. I was like, I don't think we would have let it go. All of y'all meant a lot to our family. So that's just something you don't walk away from. That's why we came back. That's why I came back. I walked away from something pretty special up north to make sure this gets done.
I'm glad you decided to come back and make that sacrifice. There's a few of us out here look like me now. They say that we're lucky, but I tell you, man, don't feel lucky. Doesn't feel lucky at all. So glad you're back and you're on it.
Well, if you ever need any special look at, when we came back down from the north, we brought a Militech down that's second to none. Have her take a look at you.
I need everything replaced at this point.
She's that good.
All right, good to know. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for the coffee. I got to get going. I got another stop I need to make.
Sure. He takes your cup from you to go, get it cleaned or whatever.
And then I'm gonna roll long way. I'm gonna roll through Little Detroit, or what's the remnants of it, as I'm heading to One Eye Turkey.
Oh, nice. You go to One Eye Turkey.
I promised Meta that I would not meddle, so I'm not going to meddle, though I want to.
I was wondering if you were gonna go metal.
I'm not gonna screw that up.
I don't have a picture for One Eye Turkey or his shop.
Think we ever did.
Yeah.
As we go through Little Detroit, what was that kid's name? Damn it, that's so long ago.
Oh yeah.
Brewhead?
Nailhead. And it's not Little Detroit, it's Detroitus.
Detroitus, that's right, Detroitus.
Yeah, Detroitus, the stacks, yes.
And I would just kind of drive slow there, trying to see if I see any kids.
Nope. You don't see any action at Detroitus. That place is all bombed out.
Wasn't there another place not too far away from there?
Yeah, there's the Angel. Oh, hold on a second. I got it. Where did Westbrook go? Westbrook went here. Godfall. Yeah. The Godfall. It's a pair of stacks that are growing together.
Okay.
And over there's lots of people, and up in that area is where One Eye Turkey is, his pawn shop.
Then I would head in, but before I head there, I would ask a couple people if they've seen a kid by the name of Nailhead or anybody, or what happened to the people with Detroitus.
Yeah, nobody's heard of Nailhead specifically, but a couple of people say, "Oh yeah, the Detroitus folk, they came by here, but we don't have no place for them."
You know which way you sent them?
It's not here. And one person says, "Yeah, I think they're gonna go over to the Watson district."
Okay. I appreciate it. If you do see a kid by the name of Nailhead, let him know that Vinton and the Midnight Runners is looking for him and his little crew.
In like a good way or a
good way?
Okay.
Kid was resourceful.
Okay.
My family could use kids like that in the future.
Okay. If we see him, we'll let you know. Or let them know.
Thank you. And then if the pawn shop's open, I'll walk into the pawn shop.
It's pretty late at this point. So it's probably not open. Because y'all have been doing a whole day of stuff. So it's probably closed at this point. But what are you gonna get there?
Well, I was gonna try one last time before I just leave it alone to try to get that military contact that he has.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, we'll have to do that another time.
Okay. All right. He gets back on his bike like, damn. All right. Maybe next time.
That major laser billboard is still all busted up and shot to shit.
Oh, I see that and I smile. I'm like, man, like one day laser will get you. And he takes off and he starts heading back towards camp. He fights the urge to go to Little Asia,
Mm.
but he continues on his way back to camp.
Okay.
You know, probably actually slowing up past the ecology. If he had to go past the firehouse, I don't remember if that was on the route back, but
Nope.
okay, yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way.
Yeah, well, that was
And
over by Detroitus, so you would have seen it there. And
yeah,
there's some other gang that's holed up in the fire station now.
are they hostile? Do they show hostile?
I mean, they don't shoot at you.
I would actually stop on my way back real quick.
Okay.
Just and go up to the gangers because I'm curious about them.
Yeah, you stop your bike, and these couple of guys out front of the like fire truck driveway
Mhm.
Are standing there, kind of smoking a cigarette. They've got some mods on them, nothing too crazy. And they kind of look over at you, and one of them drops the cigarette, smashes it, and they start walking over.
What's up?
One of them says, "Hey, you got some business here or what?"
There's a pause, and he's like, "No, I had business here. I had. It got solved. Just kind of curious on who took this place over after we left from here."
Oh, well, I guess their name is you say guys on this map. They're gonna be over there. Okay. They said yeah, we're the 10 stars.
10 stars.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Used to work out of Haywood. Now we're expanding up here.
All right. 10 stars.
And who are you?
Go by Blackbeard. Just a wandering nomad.
One of the guys like a pirate?
You can say that, yeah.
Kind of chuckles. Okay. Well, yar.
What do you guys? I just out of curiosity, what do y'all specialize? You ain't causing no trouble in this neighborhood, I hope.
Uh, we're protecting this place. Keeping it
That's
safe.
good. You ain't messing with that ecology, are you?
Oh, the big one over there? No. No, they got their own security.
Cool. He points over at the little convenience shop. I was like, got some real choice snacks over there. Y'all should check it out.
Okay.
Cool. 10 stars. Is there any? Are they being hostile, or are they just trying to figure me out like I'm trying to figure them out? Can I?
Yeah, they're just kind of watching you. Like, are we gonna fight this guy or let him go? They're just watching you at this point.
I was like, I saw one of y'all smoke. Y'all want some Cubans? I'll pull out a cigar.
Yeah, the one who's smoking's like, yeah, man, I'll take that from you. He steps forward. The other guy puts a hand on something as his friend walks up.
Easy, bruh. There you go, partner.
Well, thank you. He smells it. It's good.
I got 2 more.
This'll do.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear the neighborhood has some protectors. My crew went through a lot to see that happen. Hopefully, y'all keep it up.
Yeah, we will. We're getting this place whipped into shape.
Cool.
You notice over on the. You remember how there was that bank that was full of junkies and stuff?
Yeah.
You notice that there's a bunch of banners hung up on that bank now.
Mm-hmm.
Of of religious nature.
Interesting. Can I roll a I want to roll. Let's see. What's it at? Expert Night City.
Oh, local expert?
Yeah, local expert.
Sure.
See if I recognize those banners.
Yeah. You don't recognize the banners. You do recognize the 10 stars as an old booster gang that has turned, kind of like a, local. They're a local protection racket, is what they are. They, affect kind of a cowboy style, and they charge people for protection.
They're not associated with the people that chased out Silas and Blue, are they?
Can I clarify? Is it the 10 stars or the Western stars?
These guys are calling themselves the 10 stars.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Kat.
Yep.
Because
I looked it up too because I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What thread is this, David?
Yep.
I was like, am I gonna open fire on these people or not?
Well, so
Chase this out.
just because you guys have that kind of player knowledge, the 10 stars are a splinter of these guys. They're
the whole cowboy motif.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
I was starting to kind of put it together, but I'm like, maybe that.
Yeah, what's going on down in Haywood where the West Star gang is? That place is under martial law at this point. They own that shit. And they're like putting everybody under martial law and all that kind of stuff, and they're regulating that whole area that they own.
Cool.
These guys are a splinter of that gang. They split off and they're doing their own thing.
I'll explain the Blue Silas thing later.
All right. Well, with that, then I'll be like, well, y'all keep up the good work. I'm out of here.
They just kind of watch you, and the one guy goes to grab his lighter to light up the cigar you gave him.
Yep. And with a bigger click, like a big old smoky burnout, and taking off, showing out a little bit.
Sure.
And then I'll head back to the camp.
Okay.
My main goal was to go to the thing, but I was like, let's investigate, see how that went sideways.
Yeah.
And I'll get back to the camp and park my bike. If anyone's out, via them, I'll be like, see?
It's dark.
Yeah.
Everybody's asleep by now.
Then
I was up and pacing, but you don't necessarily see that.
after I put the bike away, I would relieve one of the sentries. Like, why don't you get some rest? I'll take over here.
If you're sure you're rested.
I'll be all right. I'll get some sleep when the sun comes up.
Okay. Goes and takes a break.
All right. Well, I'll end my night.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Just quickly, because I don't want to take up anybody's time, but what would have happened is he would have asked for Big Toe to come to the medical tent, but there was no yelling, and when Big Toe left, he had a look of shock on his face, and supposedly said Tal was kind of nice to him, almost, and that he just asked him not to repeat what he had heard, in a somewhat polite way.
Yeah, Big Toe would probably be like, I don't know what's in that little guy's mind now, but I'm gonna see where this goes.
It's drop.
Yeah, it's like I think I'm getting screwed over, but I'm gonna see where this goes and just play along. That's Big Toe's reaction to all of that. Love it. Okay, cool. Let us end it for the night. Let's see here. Where is improving characters? XP and things.
Getting better, 408.
Oh, thank you.
Or right after 408, 409.
Oh yes. Yes. Okay, good.
Hmm.
So ooh, wow. There's more.
Oh wow, they really.
There's more, kids. I love it. Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
We've been we've been uh we've been bamboozled to not having enough XP. Okay, cool. So this was kind of a meandering one. I kind of feel like maybe if we do the group goal for the mission, I mean, you guys accomplished the mission. You did super well.
Did we have a few stellar moments?
The gloves.
That was fun.
I don't know if that was okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a stellar moment.
I wouldn't say that's
But it was
a stellar
great
moment.
RP.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, from like a roleplay perspective, there was a lot of good roleplay in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I guess I feel kind of like a 50
Cool.
cool.
for the group effort.
I'll,
Does that work
I'll
for you
take it.
guys?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Ain't none of us turning down 50 RP, dude.
Are you
Right.
kidding
Nope.
me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah. Well, now that it goes up to 80, fuck, man, like, holy smokes.
We so powerful.
Yeah.
Like
Damn.
now it makes sense that the driver nomad and like all that stuff can be upgraded now quicker.
A lot
Like
quicker. Yeah. Twice as fast, basically.
it's like literally giving out almost 100 XP a night a
Yeah.
game session. That's nice.
Yeah. Well, good stuff. Okay. Well, everybody at home, Jagos especially, thanks everybody for tuning in. This has been a lot of fun. It's kind of cool to do these like little things. I know this town has a lot of little threads for us to pull on, right? And so it's fun to do that. It's as a GM, it's a little different because I'm not exactly sure what y'all are gonna do, right? And so it's good that we have all of these like pre-existing groups out here.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah.
Running into the main camp.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
All right. Well, everybody at home, we're gonna take off. Let us just end it for the night. Or actually, is there anybody streaming?
I got Cave Geek Art and So Fresh Sales.
My little brother's streaming.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
That's
let
fun.
me see what his is real quick. Sorry.
No, you're fine. That's cool.
Let me see. What is his name? I'm a terrible brother.
You are a terrible brother.
Shouting him out on a pod. I mean, on a stream. So bad. On a pod.
Where'd he go? Maybe he's not.
Okay.
Yeah, he was. Like, I saw him on Discord streaming like 2 minutes ago. So
See here. Well, let's run over to So Fresh Sales, playing the vampire video game, which I used to love those games. Played the crap out of them. All right, so got that, and let's head on over to our stuff. Okay, cool. And all right, folks, so we're gonna send you over to So Fresh. who is a jabroni, right?
No, just a
Oh,
friend of mine
okay, cool.
from the Alpha days,
Oh,
from Geek and Sundry and Alpha.
very nice. Well, we're gonna give them some love. Toss some emojis in chat. Give them the business. Everybody, this has been a lot of fun. So thanks a lot for tuning in and having a good time with us while we meet new people and parlay. All right, everybody, have a great night. As always, have fun and play well.
May all your rolls be crits.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm
good
going
times.
to listen in there for a second. I'm gonna mute here. So
Yeah, I'm gonna step away. I'll be right back, guys.
yeah,
Yep.
I'll log back in a second.
Be right back.